Hello. Today I feel like reading Passerine, so let's do that. Okay. Probably not gonna read the whole thing in one stream, cause that would be annoying since it's so long. Okay, I'm just gonna read everything. Not gonna make any. I'm gonna avoid making commentary because I usually do that. Okay. Summary. Give me a second. I want some music. I want some music. Let's get some Minecraft music going. Yeah. How long is this gonna last me? This. Okay. 3 hours. Hopefully that's long enough. I don't know how long I'll be streaming for. Okay. Anyway, let's start. Let's start doing this. Summary. I understand. You heard the place you loved was in trouble, so you came back. But I don't. Why didn't you take me? Here it was, at last. Catharsis, or something close to it. I would have hunted them down with you, Filza. The people who did that to your town. I would have given you your vengeance on a silver platter. I would have given you that world. Filza didn't look guilty. He just looked tired. I didn't hunt them down, though. Okay. Or that Fick were Techno and Phil are all the immortals, and Tommy and Wilbur are decidedly not. Okay. Notes. Technoblade and Phil's are immortal. Tommy and Wilbur are not. Angst ensues. See the end of the work for more notes. Okay. Chapter 1. Like a fox to a burrow. My god, that is a bit too loud. Oh, you guys can't hear the music. Okay, wait. I'm gonna make it really quiet, so it doesn't get too loud, but it is still there. Okay. Summary. The voices led him to okay, it's too loud in my ears now. Ah. I'm gonna make them a bit louder there. I don't want it too loud. Okay. Time to actually read now. The voices led him to kingdoms, and shrines, and towns. It didn't matter what they offered him in return. The voices didn't demand coin. They demanded blood. He fought bold men and stupid men, greedy kings and starry-eyed rebels. He fought for armies, doomed to fail, and dragged them into the light of glory. He had lost count of how many allies he'd fought beside. After a time, their names and faces and had faded into the recess of his hazy memory. And then there was the Angel of Death, or Eternity Empires and the emperors that ruled them. Okay, time to actually start. He must have had a life before this, a mother, a father, a home, maybe sisters or brothers, but it had been so long, too long, and now all he knew was this bloody game. His hands knew no other shape than fists curled tightly around a sword, swinging eternally, finding its mark through skin and bone. They all tried to run, of course. They built walls and cowered in corners, but he always found them. Sometimes they begged, sometimes they chose to jump from cliffs rather than face his reckoning, and sometimes they stared back at him with eyes as empty as his own and welcomed death with open arms. Those were the ones he envied the most. Technoblade never dies, they whispered around campfires and funeral pyres. He prayed that that wasn't true. The voices led him to kingdoms and shires and towns. It didn't matter what they offered him in return. The voices didn't demand coin. They demanded blood. He fought for bold men, stupid men, greedy kings, and starry-eyed rebels. He fought for armies doomed to fail and dragged them into the light of glory. He had he had lost count of how many allies he'd fought beside. After a time, their names and faces had faded into the recess of his hazy memory. And then there was the Angel of Death. He was one of the very few people with a reputation that matched Technoblade's. He'd heard of the angels through whispers, stories, and snatches of tavern gossips. I heard he has obsidian wings. One patron would say to another over a cup of ale. I heard he once massacred an entire army, all by himself. He makes even the green god afraid. Is that Dream XD? Technoblade had begun to imagine ruthless man, an immortal butcher, with the same wretched grin as his. But Filza was not an avenging angel. He was just Filza. They had met by coincidence in a land of ice and snow. It was barren, but they'd made quick work of it, together, first as allies and then as friends. Through it all, Filza had smiled instead of grinning, laughed instead of cackled. On calmer days, they'd while away time with tea and chess, and silent meditation, and quieted this screaming in Techno's head. If only, if, oh god, I lost my place. Oh, okay, there it is. If only for a little while. You know, Techno had said during one of their sparring matches, they had to stay in shape, of course, because peace times never last as long as people hoped. Those stories never talked about this side of you. Philza had paused, a small amused smile on his face. Oh? He'd say. What did the stories talk about then? They call you the Angel of Death. Techno dug his heels in as Philza resumed an onslaught of bows and his dueled sword. They said you leave a path of destruction in your wake that nothing. Techno parried and went on the offensive. That nothing is sacred to you. Their blades met. They pushed against each other, trying to gain an upper hand, and it was only because they were standing so close that Techno noticed the shift in Phil's eyes, a momentary coldness that was as brutal as the blizzard raging outside. It was there, and gone in an instant. Light returned, and Philza laughed as he pushed back against Techno's sword. Stories are curious things, Philza said as he swung again, barely giving Techno time to dodge. Some of them are true. He moved so quickly, Techno could do nothing but stand there as Philza rushed him with a hilt to the ribs, knocking Techno backwards onto the training room floor. Techno scrambled to his knees, but Philza was already standing over him with his sword held high above his head, his eyes glimmering with an emotion Techno couldn't place. For once in his immortal life, kneeling there in front of the first person he called friend, Technoblade felt hunted. And then Philza lowered his weapon. He smiled gently down at Techno, the soft smile Techno was used to, and offered Techno a gloved hand. And some of them are not, Philza finished. So best of two out of three? You're a bastard, Techno said playfully, even as the voices screamed, run, run, run. He took Philza's offered hand and pulled himself up beside the man that was sure could have cut him in two. No matter how dulled the sword's edge was, as Philza patiently moved Techno through all the things he'd done wrong, small things like foot placement and his hilt grip being an inch off. Techno found it equals parts amusing and frightening that despite his eons of bloody fighting, it took only a few minutes of sparring for Philza to find flaws in his technique. But then again, Techno's technique wasn't particularly polished. It took only brutal swings fall to fell most people. Something told him that Philza would be harder to kill than that. Oh, okay. They conquered nations, he and his golden-haired friend. They were bathed in glory, twin gods, shining in the middle of bloody fields. But as their empire grew, so did their enemies. They came in droves, days after day, and before long, Techno had forgotten what peace tasted like. The days were long and the nights were longer. Every flicker of movement was a spy in the shadows. Every alley was a potential traitor. Every word was a declaration of war. Their home had become a target for 1,000 armies. Through it all, his one const, through it all, his one constant was Philza, until he wasn't. Technoblade simply looked up looked up one day from a map detailing enemies' lines and realized he'd been taking to empty air. He had no idea how long he'd been alone, sitting in a dusty library with stale tea untouched in the corner. He had no idea if Philza ever said he was leaving, or if he simply went as he arrived suddenly, swiftly, like a snowstorm. Afterwards, there was hardly any point in maintaining the Empire. The voices were getting bored, anyway. They wanted more, a fresh fight, more stories. So Tekna took his sword and his shield and abandoned ship. He'd done it a million times before, but the thought of a chessboard lying unused in a crumbling castle made him feeling something close to regret. Technoblade wandered the world, trying to appease the voices. Neither of them were ever satisfied. No matter how much chaos he dealt, there was always more work to be done. So he worked. He had no idea for how long. All he remembered from that bloody time was a sense of unfulfillment, like a story had been left unfinished halfway through years, decades, maybe more. It hardly mattered. In the end, he knew it would all be the same. The world would end, and he would remain, always fighting, always alone. Breaking the page. Give me a second. I require water. Hello, Wisteria. I have, you're not missing much. I just need water real quick, so, I will do that real quick. Alright, I'm back and I have a whole water bottle. I'm gonna mute myself real quick to drink though. Yeah, it's really sad. Oh my god, please, PC, don't yell in my ears like that. Okay. Yeah, Passerine is really sad. I read and I've read until chapter 4 already. And oh my god, I can't explain how much I cried. It's good though. Okay, I'm gonna continue reading now. I'm probably gonna try and read the whole thing. Not, I'm probably not gonna read it in one stream, but you know, I'll attempt. It's probably gonna be like a 7 hour long stream if I do that though. Okay. Really? There's a prequel? Well, gotta more reading after that then. Okay, but I'll try and read Passerine because I have not seen a streamer read the, well, not yet anyway. I don't know if I'm just not searching enough, but I've not seen a streamer read the whole entire thing. Maybe in 2 streams or one. Not seen any streamer do that, so I'll try and do that myself. Okay. He didn't know what brought him to the kingdom in the first place. Did he really have to see it for himself? Was it simply to satiate his curiosity? Was he bored? Or did he hear of a kingdom untouched by the wars and petty grudges of his neighbors, keeping its peace and neutrality for a century, and take it as a challenge? Whatever it was, when Techno stood under the shadows of a gilded castle, watching its flags flutter lazily in the summer breeze, he felt a flicker of a once familiar emotion stir in his heart. There was something about this cobblestone wall and towers rising towards the sky that reminded him of a different place, somewhere cold and far away. "Hello, stranger," one of the guards at the gate called out. "You sightseeing?" Technoblade paused at the man's cheerful tone. Most of the guards that caught sight of Techno's sword and blood-red cape were quickly to draw their weapons, but aside from spears that seemed more decorative and threatening, the guards at the gate didn't seem to be on guard at all. "Hubris," the voice said. "This is the kingdom of Hubris." "Perhaps," Techno drawled, indulging the guards. "Although I suppose I'm more curious about the inside, rather than the outside." "Why didn't you just say so?" The guards beckoned Techno forward. "The castle is always open for tourists. Just come in." That was how Techno found himself walking leisurely down the halls of a castle that, under normal circumstances, would have been storming blades drawn. The guards did the line at his weaponry and made him discard his swords at the door, as if Techno needed more than his hands, and sometimes not even those, to wreak havoc. The castle's laxness in security, the what? The castle's laxness in security was disproportional to the opulence within. Lush carpets softened Techno's footsteps. Elegant tapestry decorated the walls. Flowers bloomed from vases as tall as him, and oil paintings in gilded frames painted paintings of solemn landscapes, of wild animals roaming a cultivated garden, of dark-haired boy astride a white horse, a hint of a smile in the corner of his mouth, and the king. Technoblade stopped under the painting, nestled between vases of irises. "Oh," he thought, "that's why. It wasn't hubris making this kingdom think they were protected from everything. It was their king. Rather than ren- rendered in paint and shadow, he looked just as Techno remembered, the years leaving no mark on his immortal face. He was standing behind a modest throne, his hand laid gently on the shoulder of a dark-haired woman that must that must be his queen. In the queen's arms was a golden-haired toddler sleeping peacefully. On the floor by her feet, with his legs crossed under him, was another child, older, with a gold circlet nestled in his brown curls. "Wilby!" A child's shrill voice rang down the hall. Technoblade's hands itched instinctively for his sword as he turned from the painting and found himself facing the very same boy from the painting. Prince. He was a tall, lean thing, his face still holding the faint traces of boyhood. He couldn't have been more than 14 in the painting. Oh, whoops. In the painting, he'd been grinning forever, immortalized in delight. But here, he was staring, his black eyes unnaturally focused, as if Techno was particularly interested in a particularly interesting book. He was quickly picking apart in his head. Techno had seen the expression many times in his face of wizened generals looking over battlefield arrangements. "Hello," the prince said cautiously. Technoblade found himself raising his hand in a small wave. "Hello?" "Wilby, wait for me!" The voice called again, closer this time, and heralding the appearance of another child around the bend of the hallway. By his lavish attire and the small army of servants following fretfully after him, this could only be the younger prince, barely more than a babe in the painting, but now a rather loud 6-year-old. The younger prince marched purposefully towards his older brother, Wilby, and clung decidedly to his side, and they both stared up at Techno. "And who are you?" the small prince said, in what must have intended to be a threatening tone, but he sounded only like he was really like he really was a child. "A visitor," said Techno, unsure of what he was meant to say now. Have you come to have an audience with our father?" the older prince asked in a decidedly more level tone. "You can't," the younger prince snapped at once, tightening his hold on his older brother's shirt front. "Dad promised today was our day with him, so you can leave now. Thank you." "Tommy, calm yourself. Flip, no. The computer wants to die. No. Give me a second. Alright, it's plugged in. And now that I have just stopped things, give me a second to rechat. Oh, about the dream team. Interesting. Please, computer, stop yelling in my ears. Okay, where was I? Okay, it's here. Tommy, calm yourself. "But Wilbur, Dad said—" "I know what father said, Tommy," the older prince. "Wilbur, then not Wilby. Gods, gods know what Techno would have said and done if the man had truly named his son Wilby." Was still staring up was named his son Wilby, was still staring up at Techno like a vulture waiting for a dying animal to drop. "So visitors, so visitor, what is your business here?" "I have no business," Technoblade said. "I'm visiting, sightseeing, I'm a traveler. First, you're a visitor, now you are a traveler." A smile tugged at the prince's lips. "This exchange would be much easier if we knew your name." Technoblade glanced at the servants lining in the hallways, the prince, lining the halls behind the prince, clearly in earshot, but dutifully maintaining the illusion of privacy. But if he knew their father at all, He'd known the most of those standing guards around his son would be lethal killers. He just hadn't anticipated the arrival of a god. What would they do if I heard his name? Would any of them recognize it? Would they would they know it meant to have him stand before their young princes? How long would they last against him? As he looked down at the brothers, he found them small. He could crush them under his heel of his boot like ants. But instead, Techno found himself saying, "My name is Technoblade?" Technoblade lifted his eyes from the young prince and found himself staring at their father. Filza? Filza stood at the end of the hallway, undoubtedly following the familiar cadence of his son's voices. He glanced at them now, still standing before Techno like unwitting sheep waiting for slaughter. But Filza's eyes showed no fear. Instead, when he looked back at Techno, he only smiled. His face softened with the familiar relief, the expression of a man after a long, hard fought war, seeing peace on the horizon at last. Sorry, I just read chat. Old friend, said Filza. It's nice to see you again. Traitor, the voices clamored. Traitor, 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 traitor. Father! Wilbur's voice brought them back to reality. This was a different castle, a different time. What do you know this? Do you know this stranger? Well, obviously, Wilbur. Tommy rolled his eyes. Dad just said his name, didn't he? Technoblade. That's a dumb name. Tommy! Wilbur reprimanded with no real heat behind his words. He drew closer to them, his steps quiet and even. The servants that had followed the two boys bowed in deference to their liege, despite him wearing no crown. In fact, he looked just as much as a traveler as Techno was, dressed in a simple trouser and shirt, perfect for blending in, perfect for a man on the run. It's been a long time, Filza said, when he reached them, putting a gentle hand on top of Tommy's blond head. The boy arched towards the touch like a sunflower reaching towards the sun. Technoblade didn't know if the move was calculated or just a simple act of affection, or knowing Filza both. How have you been? How have I been? Techno repeated numbly, feeling a familiar chill creep into his bones. Phil, actually, Filza interrupted before kneeling to look his boys in the eyes. Wilbur, take your brother out to the garden for a bit, yeah? Wilbur pouted for once, looking like a boy his age. But you said, I know what I promised, and I'll keep my promise. And I keep my promises, don't I? Philza ruffled Wilbur's hair and then Tommy's. I'll join you in a moment. I just need to have a talk with Technoblade here. Wilbur stared at his father for a long moment, as if weighing the truth of his sword before nodding. He took his brother's hand in his and began leading him away. Come on, Tommy, he said. Let's play outside. Technoblade's still a dumb name, Tommy muttered as they passed him, closely following by their servants. Wilbur met Technoblade's eyes just for a moment before they were gone down the hallway, down the hall, out of sight, leaving Techno alone with the king. Technoblade turned towards Filza, his old friend, and found the smile wiped clean from his face. Filza gestured down the hall. Walk with me. Technoblade could only Technoblade could only nod and follow Filza. Give me a second. I need to make sure that the thing can see the whole screen. Okay, I can. It gets cut off right before you guys get to see that thing, which is perfect. So I can put the thing right here, and you guys can still see it. It's not gonna be like here or something. Give me a second to check things real quick. Okay. They were quiet as they walked. Techno remembered days like these, during their time together, long days of companionable silence as they simply existed together. But there was something different this time. There was an edge. Techno could sense Filza sizing him down, tallying his hidden weapons, calculating his improvements in turn. In turn, Techno mapped his escape routes as Filza led him through the halls. Then up a sweeping flight of stairs. He did not want to expect violence from Filza, but he hadn't expected to be left behind either. Man, I'm thirsty. Give me a second. Who knew reading was so tiring? Well, to my voice anyway. They reached a balcony overlooking a garden, where most of the flowers indoors undoubtedly came from. Uh. Wisteria and ivy grew around marble pillars. Rose bushes and dandelions and carnations bloomed en masse at the foot of elaborate stone statues. At the center of the garden was a weeping willow. Its branches provided shade for the two boys chasing each other across the grass. Their laughs echoed through the glade, reaching even Techno and their father high up on the balcony. For a while, the two of them just watched the two princes. Wilbur was obviously faster than Tommy, but he slowed his pace just enough for his little brother to have fun chasing his heels. They're a handful. Feels a soft tone turned Techno's attention away from the princes. The king was almost smiling, but the hard glint in his eyes didn't disappear. Wilbur was a quieter. Wilbur was a quieter before Tommy was born. A little bookworm, holed up in his room all day. But I have a feeling you didn't drop by for silly stories like that. Filza turned towards Techno. So go ahead, let me have it. Techno didn't know what he was meant to feel. He didn't know what he was meant to say. For years, he'd put Filza out of his mind, determined to forget that interlude of peace. He'd let the memories fester like unretted wounds. And now, he thought he'd rather die of the infection than acknowledge out loud that it was real, that the pain was there at all. I didn't mean to drop by, Techno said eventually. I didn't know this place was yours. I can leave if you... No. Fuzza shook his head. Don't leave. Truth be told, this reunion was inevitable. Or I hoped it was. How long have you been here? Fuzzer considered. How long has this kingdom been standing? Phil, that's... I know. People like us aren't meant to stay in one place for too long. Fuzzer sighed and turned back towards the horizon. He leaned his arms against the raft iron railing and looked out at the land beyond the slope of the distant mountains. The king that the kingdom that stretched on and on, unaware that their immortal king was all that stood between them and destruction. I found a small town while I was traveling, made it something more. I told myself I would leave after a year, and then it became 2 years, 3 years, a decade. I did leave eventually before they figured out why the town man never aged. But then I found out the moment I left. Filza's expression turned cold. They were annihilated. I came back and everyone had been burnt to the ground. It was just ashes. Everything I built. There were survivors, of course. And they blamed the leader for leaving, of course, as they should. So I stayed. I built it back up from a small, decimated town to what you see today. As far as the people now, leadership has been passed on from one king to another who looked vaguely like him. I'm sure the eldest of them have their rumors. But is it really so bad to be known? Technoblade didn't realize until Philza turned back to him that he expected an answer to his question. But all Techno could say was, "Is that why you left me behind?" Techno, I understand. You heard you heard the place you loved was in trouble, so you came back, but I just why didn't you take me? Here it was, at last. Catharsis or something close to it. I would have hunted them down for you, Philsa. The people who did that to your town, I would have given you your vengeance on a silver platter. I would have given you the world. Philsa didn't look guilty. He just looked tired. I didn't hunt them down, though. What? The people who burnt down my town, I didn't hunt them down. As much as I wanted to, they were long gone by the time I arrived. At, at that moment, my people needed a leader, not a hunter. And I didn't bring you because I because I don't know what to be either. I stood there, letting the words settle in the silence that stretched shorter and tauter like a rope around Technoblade's neck. Deny it. He wanted to shout, "Tell me I'm wrong." Filza did not. "I don't need to hear this from you," Technoblade spat. A wall of old hurt and anger, once dried up, began to fill anew. "Do your sons even know what you are? Who you are? The angel of death, domesticated? What a farce!" Filza stiffened. "You know not of which to speak. I once saw you tear a man apart with your bare hands, and now you're telling me about leadership? About kindness?" I said nothing about kindness. If I had completely renounced my ways, my kingdom would not be what it is today. Domesticated dogs still bite. Filza stepped towards him until they were eye to eye. Despite the accusations Techno hurled at him, despite their bloody history, Techno had never truly seen Filza angry. But he had a feeling that if he kept running down this road headfirst, he might find himself knowing the full extent of his old friend's wrath. Filza's eyes were hard as flint, one spark away from combustion. Ah, this is the scary song. Uh-oh. Where'd I... What? Whoops. I lost my place. Where was I? Hard as flint. Where's that? Oh, there it is. Okay. Technoblade glanced down at the garden. Phil followed his gaze until they were both staring back at the two boys below, who ceased their playing to wonder at their father and the stranger. Okay, I'm changing this now. Is this 13? It is. I don't want 11 either, because that's scary. Okay. Technoblade glanced down at the garden. Phil followed his gaze until they were both staring back at the two boys below, who had ceased their playing to wonder at their father and the stranger. They could have heard a thing of what Philza or Techno said, but Wilbur stood his head cocked inquisitively to the side, as if he were turning over the words. "Dad!" Tommy shouted. "Are you almost finished?" "Almost," Philza called back. "I'll be right down, kids." Tommy elbowed Wilbur and said something that made the boys throw his head back in laughter. Then the two of them took off, back to their games, back to their honeyed childhood. When Technoblade turned to Philza again, the king's expression had turned considerably softer. Techno could live another 1,000 years and still never understand how easily Filza could hide his fury. I wasn't trying to settle down, Filza said quietly now, as if he was imploring a child to stop a tantrum. His eyes were still on his sons below. I was content, for a while, to watch the kingdoms grow. But these mortals, and their short, fitful lives, they draw you in, Technoblade. I used to think they were moths drawn to flame, doomed to catch fire for the most inconsequential things. We've seen their wars, you and I. We fought them. We both we both know the things they do to each other. Pilzer took hold of the balcony railings as if the only thing keeping him from floating away. But over the years, I've also learned the things they do for each other. Their lives will always be 1 year, 1 week, 1 day short, but it doesn't seem to matter much to them. They live anyways. They love anyway. We'll give an old god for wanting a piece of that for himself. A late morning breeze passed through, carrying with it the scent of flowers and the shredded remains of Techno's anguish. The fury was still here, was still there, and the feeling of betrayal, so grand it might never be bridged. But the exhaustion had begun to settle in. Techno was used to quick brawls and long hunts, but verbal altercation was not something he'd ever trained for, mostly because he did not care to speak to anyone that mattered since forever, perhaps. And maybe Filza had been tired too, of their life before, always fighting, never safe. And although Techno thought it was only a matter of time before this game of peace was over, he thought maybe he could start to understand why Filza took the chance. It was a foolish move. The Technoblade would scoff at it for the rest of their immortal lives, but it would not be the worst choice anyone had ever made. Techno had seen the worst, and this was barely a drop of the ocean of bad decisions. Give me a second. I need to make sure I'm heard, or else I will cry. Oh, okay. Still, it was stupid. One look at Phil's and Techno realized he must know it too. Are they like are they like to you? Are they like you? Techno asked at last, unsure what answer he was waiting for. Your boys? Philza sighed. I would not wish my fate on my worst enemy, least of all my own children. His hands tightened around the railing. They take after their mother. Mortal. Good. In all ways. I thank every god that has ever existed for that, but sometimes... Sometimes? Techno prompted when the silence stretched too long. Bill's jaw clenched. Swilber. He speaks of voices. Voices? Bilza met Techno's eyes. A conversation from lifetimes ago. Replayed in Techno's mind. A moment of vulnerability in a castle not so different from this one, where he had spilled his secrets as easily as he spilled blood. The voices. Phil, they demand blood. There's a world worth of agony in Phil's stare, a burden only understood by a parent fearing for a child. I'm glad he's not like me, Philza said, but sometimes I fear he's growing more like you. Techno's breath hitched in his throat. He resisted the urge to look down again, to search the grass for the boy with the ancient eyes. The voices began to sing. Not alone, they said. Not alone, not alone, not alone. No, Techno said, curling his hands into a fist and digging his nails into flesh until they drew blood. His daily penance. He is but a child. Techno paused. What was he talking about? What did it matter what Wilbur was? What was the sudden ache in his chest? Something telling of a far deeper wound. An older affliction? He did not know this boy. He should not care. He should not care. He did not care. But then Philza seized him by the wrist, as if knew Techno was about to take off running, and forced him to meet his tortured gaze. That is why I had hoped you would come. Truth be told, I was very close to looking for you myself. I cannot do this by myself. Technoblade, as much as I want to, you're the only one. You want my help, Techno said dully. My help after you abandoned me, after you denounced my ways and called me a monster. Philza flinched. I would never call you that. I'm my friend. Friend. The word that Techno had only truly understood in the days of snow and sweet tea. I don't owe you anything, Techno said quietly. I don't owe that child anything. I know. And I have better things to do with my time. I know. After all you did, I shouldn't even be listening to you right now. I should just leave. I know. Techno, I know. And then Philza did something Technoblade would never in 100 or a million years have expected him to do. He kneeled. Philza, once Emperor, presently King, Angel of Death, kneeled before Technoblade. Grasping pathetically at his cloak, his golden hair bowed. The voices were a chorus of disgust, and disdain. Oh, how the mighty have fallen. And when Philza spoke again, his voice wavered. I'm sorry, truly, for leaving, but I'm asking you, begging you, to do this for me, for my son, for the friendship that we once shared. Techno, please, please, I do not know how much times the gods will give us. What will you have me do? Techno demanded, his own voice fraying at the edges. What do you expect from me, Phil? Philza looked up at him, his face a study in agony. Stay. Stay and help as much as you can, and together, maybe we can help you as well. The voices paused, just for a moment, just for a breath, as they all considered the weight of Philza's words. And God's, the silence, however brief, however fleeting, was the sweetest thing Technoblade had ever heard. We can help you. What did that mean exactly? What would that entail? Technoblade didn't know and didn't care. He'd come here in search of a kingdom of peace, and he'd found it. Forgive an old god for wanting a piece of that for himself, Philza had said. And what about peace, if not the silence? Was that not freedom at last? So as the voices began to chant anew, an immortal hunter offered an immortal king his hand. The sun climbed higher towards the heart of the sky, as Technoblade pulled Philza to his feet, and they were on equal grounds once more. He had no idea what he was doing, but there was no true alternative. So Techno met his old friend's cave and said, "Alright, you and me, one more time." Oh, that's the end of that chapter. Chapter 1, woo. How long? Took 50 minutes to read that. Okay. 40, actually, because the beginning stream. Okay. Let's check. Chapter 2 now, woo. Okay. I don't know how this works. Okay, next chapter. Hello, before you proceed, I would like to know that the channel the voices in this fic is not meant at all parallel real life mental issues. I would like everyone to keep this in mind, be respectful, and be kind. Thank you. Alright, next chapter. Okay, I'm not gonna read the summary this time. Notes. Panic attacks and death. If that is a trigger for you, please keep yourself safe. I don't want anyone to be hurt in any way. Alright, chapter 2. Give me a second. Someone is texting me. Okay. Give me another second. Sorry. Okay. Chapter 2. Wilbur did not know what to make of the visitor, the traveler, whatever he was. Father had come down to the garden with him, and Wilbur could tell he was sad. He didn't know if the traitor had been the he didn't know if the traitor had been the cause or something else. Something else. A formal introduction is in order, Father had told Wilbur and Tommy. This is Technoblade, an old friend. He'll be tutoring you for a while, Wilbur. Wilbur had stared up at the man, seeing him in the soft morning light at last. Technoblade. Tommy was right. It was a pretty dumb name, and one Wilbur had heard before, though he wasn't sure where. He was tall and lean, and most likely a few years older than Wilbur. He was dressed like him, too, with poofy sleeves that Tommy always said made him look like an old man. An emerald earring hung from Technoblade's left ear, similar to that one that Father wore on a gold chain around his neck, tucked secretively under his dress shirt. Was he some sort of royalty too, then? Some foreign prince or a distant cousin that Father never bothered to tell Wilbur about? Father kept many secrets. This may just be one of a million. Technoblade had taken one look at Wilbur, nodded, and then said, "We'll start at dawn," before leaving them. Wilbur had stared up, at, uh, my God. Wilbur had stared after him, perplexed. What? Father had struggled to keep a smile off his face. That's techno for you. Now, we're sitting in the dining hall. Each, now they were sitting in the dining hall, each to their own thoughts, except Tommy, whose thoughts must always come out of his mouth, regardless of was, who was or wasn't listening. Give me a second. Ah, okay. Sorry. And Wilbur tripped me, but I got up quickly. You saw that, didn't you? Dad, didn't you? I saw, Father said distractedly. He was staring down at his half-eaten plate, as if it held the secrets of the universe. Wilbur assumed, Wilbur assumed he was only doing it so he wouldn't be staring at Mother's empty seat. She'd been taking more and more of her meals in their bedroom. Tommy hadn't noticed yet, but Wilbur did. Wilbur always did. And this techno fellow, he's a bit of an odd one, isn't he? Will he be training me too? Will I have to wake up at dawn like Wilbur? Wilbur grimaced. Please don't remind me, Tommy. Tommy stuck his tongue. his tongue out at him from across the table. It's not like you have other plans. I'm sure you'll just be staying up reading again. He gestured dramatically to himself. I, for one, would love to be under the tutelage of Mr. Technoblade, stupid as his name may be. The two of them turned to their father, one with starry-eyed expressions, the other with morbid curiosity. Oh my god, Toby. Hello. Where? Ah! I lost my place. Okay, here. The two of them turned to their father, one with starry-eyed expression, the other with morbid curiosity. Father sighed fondly before ruffling Tommy's hair. Sorry, sorry, little bud. Maybe we can find something else for you. I'm sure the captain would be willing to. But I want the blade, Tommy whined. Wilbur snorted. Yeah, as if you could even wake up early enough. You'll still be in bed by noon. I can see it now. Thanks, Toby. Father gave Wilbur a cheeky grin. He only reserved his eldest son. Tell you what, Tommy. If you can wake up Wilbur, then you can watch him train with Techno. Truly? Tommy kicked back from the table, nearly upsetting Father's glass of wine. Good night, then. Early to bed, early to the prize, as you always say. Who says that? Wilbur said, but Tommy had already gone off, leaving Wilbur with their father and the silence. Yeah, I can do it! Oh man, where am I? I lost the place again. Uh, okay. For a while, the only sound were utensils scraping against plates and Wilbur's heartbeat in his ears. He would never admit it to Tommy or anyone, but his relationship with father was always better with his brother around. It wasn't that Wilbur didn't love his father, or that he thought his father didn't love him. Wilbur couldn't remember it happening, but somewhere along the way of studying warfare and politics, of staring up at the throne that would one day be his, of learning how to be a prince, he'd forgotten how to be a son. Doritos, my god. And sometimes when father thought he couldn't see, father would look at him with a bottomless grief, like he was mourning something already lost. It should be Tommy, Wilbur had thought. Sonny Tommy, who managed to charm everyone he met in spite of, or perhaps because of, his loud disposition. Not him. Not when father looked at him like that. Wilbur sl- Wilbur sl- I can't. Okay, I need something to drink real quick. Yeah, Doritos. Wilbur swallowed the last of his dinner and was set to go, if not for his father speaking once more. Wilbur? Yes, father? Father leaned against his hand as he considered Wilbur. Do you want me to be there for you tomorrow? Wilbur scoffed, half-heartedly. I'm not a child, father. Of course, father said, but Techno is still a stranger to you. Wilbur pursed his lips as he thought about his father's words. Do you trust him? Yes, father replied at once. Wilbur nodded. Then I trust him. Father stared at him for a long time. and then nodded. There was nothing else to say, it seemed, and so Wilbur left, leaving his father to the quiet. Breaking the page! Oh my god, what is happening in chat? Give me a second, I need to... Oh no, chaos. Dorito cult? Wait, did we reach 40 followers? My thing doesn't update. Wait. It doesn't update unless I restart the thing. I think we reached 40 followers. Why? No! No, who is that? Oh no! Oh yeah, reading Passerine is very tiring. And I do have a bottle of water beside me. Oh my god! What is happening in chat? Oh no. I don't think my alerts and follow things are working. Give me a second. I need to. Is it? No, it's not. It's not working right. Dorito supremacy. Okay, who's you want? Okay. Oh man, this stream has turned into chaos in just 3 seconds. Oh no. You can call me. You can call me Toby. Who is Kiwi Burden? Do I know you? PP man. No. Hello?
Hello.
The stream can hear you.
Yeah, I know. I was in the stream.
Okay.
Yeah. Hello.
Hello. It's good. You have turned my chat into chaos.
I have. I have. Anyways, Carl wants to join the call. We're in VR chat right now.
Oh, I can't join VR chat. I'm trying to read Passerine.
Yeah, I know. I
mean.
Wait, what's your name again, Carl? Oh, never mind. I found it.
Oh my god.
Okay.
You know what?
Hey, I'm gonna leave Carl.
PP man.
Carl, I'm gonna leave VR chat.
PP man. Okay.
Okay.
Anyways, listen, you got this. I believe in you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I've been reading for 1 hour.
I was gonna text you on Discord, but then I saw that you're live. I was like, I wonder if I can make this stream chaotic.
You've succeeded.
I have.
Hmm?
Well, hey, 4 people are watching your stream.
Wisby is magical.
You are magical.
Oh
magical
man.
reading.
Now there's a Dorito cult in my chat. What have you done?
I want to eat a whole bottle of ketchup right now.
What?
This is amazing.
I love ketchup.
Okay. Fair enough.
I don't like ketchup.
I used to drink ketchup.
Where's my ketchup?
I don't like ketchup. I'm gonna die. I have soda.
I'm probably gonna leave the call to continue reading.
Yeah. But I just want to say I like how you're reading, and then I just decided to make the most chaotic thing.
Yep.
This is amazing. Okay. Just want to say hi and congratulate you on reading. You've done more than what I can.
Goodbye, Wispy.
Bye.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Goodbye, Wispy. Magical.
Oh my god, that is chaotic. Okay. Time to continue. Did I make it to the break in the page? I did. Okay. Dorito cult. Oh no. Okay. Tommy's door was firmly shut by the time Wilbur arrived at their sleeping quarters. Wilbur's own door stood ajar, waiting. Moonlight spilled from the arched windows. Whoops! From the arched windows, painting everything in silver. The bed littered with half-finished books, and the desk bearing scars from Wilbur's manifold frustrations in writing music for the guitar that sat discarded on the floor. Mother had given him the guitar for his 10th birthday. He used to play lullabies or spooky songs when he was in the mood for older brother mischief for Tommy. Before Tommy decided he was a big man and moved out of the bedroom across the hall. Oh, is Kiwi Carl? Kiwi, are you Carl? Dorito cult. Oh yeah, shaking the ketchup might help. You know, I don't know how people manage to turn every one of my streams into chaotic streams when there are enough people in chat. I don't know how that works. Okay. His body felt heavy with thoughts. Technoblade, the boy who looked not much older than him, now tasked at at tutoring him. I almost read torturing. At tutoring him at what? Father had not been forthcoming with that, amongst other things. With a sigh, Wilbur grabbed the guitar from the floor and to, dragged it with him to the window. As he plucked idly at the strings, he gazed out of the horizon beyond the grass, the sprawling lawns of the castle ending at the foreboding gates, and then after that, his kingdom, his birthright. He played every single discordant chord. Nothing had come easily to him recently. Music, literature, conversation, everything all at once had become taxing. Even laughing with his brother felt like a chore. Wilbur's fingers stilled on what was undoubtedly going to be another bad note. Something was moving down on the lawn. He squinted at the figure until it came into sharper focus. Technoblade? Wilbur pressed his face towards the glass, just to make sure his eyes had not deceived him. There were many people in the kingdom with pink hair, but perhaps fewer who also moved with lethal grace of a python. Technoblade walked across the lawn and disappeared past the gates without a glance back. It wasn't until his breath fogged up the window completely that Wilbur realized he was hyperventilating. He pulled away from the glass and stumbled over his guitar on his way to his bed. He pulled the covers over him, as if the darkness would dampen his thoughts. Where is he going? Followed by, will he come back? Will he come back? Will he come back? Will he? Breaking the page. Time to read chat. You don't like ketchup anymore? Fair enough. Inhaling ketchup? Um, I'd say it would be drinking ketchup. No, wait, it depends. If you're just drinking it, drinking ketchup. If you're trying to chew it for some unknown reason, eating ketchup. Okay, I'm only gonna read chat when I'm at a break in the page, like that. Okay. You late. Wilbur blinked in the dim sunlight, barely breaking through the horizon. What? He blinked some more until he finally recognized his surroundings. The smooth marble floor, the four columns sculpted like gods bearing up with the flat roof ivy following over the roof's edge like a waterfall, curtaining them off the rest of the garden. This was the training pavilion, Father's personal training area, where he attempted to teach Wilbur fencing before it became clear that weaponry was not to be Wilbur's forte. It's all right, son, Father had said, carefully tending to the cut on Wilbur's leg from his own rapier. Kings don't really need to know how to fight. That's what armies are for. Father had sounded angry as he said this, but Wilder somehow knew it wasn't because of him. But you know how, Wilbur had pouted, dutifully trying to hold back tears as Father applied stinging herbs to his wound. Well, said Father, that's different. Different how? Just different. Father finished trying to bandage around, trying the bandages around Wilbur's leg, and smiled at him. I'll tell you when you get older. He never did. But it wasn't Father standing before Wilbur today. Well, Techno said, gesturing to the heavy chest in the corner. We're burning daylight here, little prince. Hurry up. Wilbur blinked again. Sorry, but how did I? Technoblade stared at him quietly as they both waited for Wilbur to finish his sentence. His eyes are red, Wilbur noted distantly. Even as he struggled to remember anything else, he could not recall falling asleep, or waking up, or walking down to meet his new tutor for their first lesson. Well? Technoblade prodded. Wilbur shook his head. Nothing, nothing. What are we, learning today? Technoblade cocked his head to the side, unimpressed. His hair had been pulled into a braid so tight that if it hurt Wilbur's scalp by proxy. Also said you were crap at fencing. Wilbur grimaced. Wilbur grimaced as he walked over to the chest, leaning to filter through its contents. That's one way of saying it. He picked up one of the swords and turned to Technoblade, who'd apparently brought his own weapon. A wicked-looking broadsword with a ruby-encrusted hilt. I'm a bit better at long-range weapons, if you were wondering. I'm a bit better at long-ranged weapons, if you were wondering. I wasn't. Technoblade snorted. Get in position. Wilbur did. That's not correct, Wilbur said. I told you. Well, Technoblade walked closer to Wilbur to Wilbur until they were eye to eye. Wilbur was a few inches taller than him. He realized, at least until Techno knocked him flat on his back with a sudden blow to the stomach. The air left Wilbur's lungs in a rush. He blinked lazily up at the ceiling for a moment before the indignation settled in. He leaned himself against the elbows and glared at his tutor, who was looking more and more impressed. You could have you could have withstood that if you were in a correct position, Techno Blade drawled. You could have warned me, Wilbur spat, clambering to his feet. Oh, is that how a fight goes, your highness? Technoblade mocked. All right then, if it pleases you, your princeling, I will be striking your shoulder with the flat of my blade next. What? Quicker than a breath. Technoblade did just that. Wilbur landed on his side, his own weapon flying out of his hand. Technoblade laughed with no real warmth. I even warned you that time, and I still knocked you over. Gods, you're pathetic. Wilbur wanted to say, I'm calling my father, but caught himself before he could give that ammunition to the smug bastard. Instead, he got shakily to his feet, his entire body smarting from the impact with the floor, and picked his rapier up from the ground. He got into position again. Technoblade raised one eyebrow. This would go faster if you wanted me, if you told me what's wrong with it, Wilbur grumbled. This would even this would even this would go even faster if you didn't fumble your basics, Techno Technoblade retorted. Shut up. Strong demands from a boy who can't even get his left foot placed properly. Wilbur considered his word. He moved his left foot inch by inch, watching Technoblade into the men. Finally, gave a curt nod. Wilbur sighed. See, that wasn't. Oh my gods. Wilbur barely had time to throw his rapier before Technoblade crashed his sword against him. Steel, steel hissing, Wilbur's knees buckled under Technoblade's surprising strength. It didn't. It didn't. It felt like having an entire house collapse on him, and if he fell, he'd be crushed. Technoblade fell back, leaving Wilbur with his heart hammering in his chest. What was that? Wilbur demanded. You could have killed me that time. I could have killed you multiple times since you first walked in here. Technoblade gestured for him to get in position. Again, again, again. Never let your guard down, Your Highness. Always assume the enemy is planning to strike. What even is the point for this? Wilbur asked. The kingdom has been at peace for gods know how long. I don't need to be risking my neck for a skill that doesn't even matter. Technoblade considered him for a long moment, the silence between them only broken by the beginnings of birds as the rest of the world finally began to wake. And what will you do when it does matter? Technoblade asked. It never will. But let's say it will, Technoblade interrupted, taking a deep breath. Wilbur to taking a step towards Wilbur, his red eyes never once leaving the prince's face. Let's say, hypothetically, that a foreign army, at this very moment, your father isn't here to help. Nobody's here to help. It's just you. Do you do you just stand there and get torn apart by the mob? Will you run like a coward and leave your kingdom to the wolves? Wilbur flinched. That's not or not even an army, considering if you just one very smart, very angry person and they've got your brother. Technoblade smirked at whatever expression was on Wilbur's face. That's all it takes. That's all it takes, to kill a kingdom. A single person who knows your weak spot. So what you need to do is get rid of them. The weak spots, I mean. This kingdom is only impenetrable because Filza has long ago gotten rid of every vulnerability. So what happens when you take the throne? That's not true, Wilbur said quietly, standing in downpour of Technoblade's words. My father, he does have vulnerabilities. He has Mother, Tommy, me. But he has the power to protect them, Technoblade replied. And you don't. That's the difference. The sun had climbed higher into the sky, painting everything in gold. Through the gasp, through the gas, through, oh my god, through the gaps in the ivy, the warm light shone on Wilbur's skin, warming him from the inside out. He imagined the light seeping into his skin, into his bones, into the cracks of his soul, until until he could be made whole again, a boy of sunlight, like Tommy. Where am I? I lost my place. Uh-oh. Oh, there it is. Like Tommy. He wanted the sun to burn away the tiredness, the sadness, the thoughts. He wanted the sun to burn Technoblade, too. He wanted the sun to burn Technoblade, too, with his harsh words made harsher by their truth. Wilbur took a shaky breath, letting the fresh air in and trapping it in his lungs for as long as he could. Then he let it out. He glared at Technoblade. Then he got into position. Fine, he spat. Do your worst. Okay, breaking the page. Time to read chat. Oh god. Oh, that's a lot of chat. Oh my god. You guys had a whole conversation. Okay, time to read it all. ketchup vacuum. Ketchup gods? Chucking ketchup? Relish? Green? Okay, I agree with Toby. Doritos are very good. How could you not like Doritos? Why is it spicy? Doritos! No, the Dorito cult is back! Yeah, how could you? How could you, Carl? I'm pretty sure that's Carl. Yeah, no, it's good. Everyone has their own things. Worship Dorito cult! Oh no! You know what? This is my chat. I have all the power. Look what I'm. Uh-oh, it's not letting me delete my. I have all the power. I can do that. I'm so happy I have my text to speech off today. So happy. Okay. Time to continue reading. Wilby, you look like trash, Tommy said brightly over a play of eggs. Tommy, father scolded. No, no, Technoid murmured through a mouthful of meat. The boy is right, Phil. Wilby does look like trash. Wilbur groaned at their remarks, and then groaned some more when the movement made his ribs feel like they were cracking apart. Bruises were already starting to form up and down his arm from various times Technoblade had knocked him to the floor. He couldn't even reach for his utensils without pain lacing up his side, and so his breakfast remained tantalizing out of reach right in front of him. Tommy's Passerine but Doritos. I'm getting distracted by chat. Oh no, the god of Doritos. Who would that be? Would that be Filza or Techno? Oh, Sapnap. The god of. No, wait. I am the god of Doritos. No, I don't know who would be the god of Doritos. Okay. Both? Okay. Fair enough. Just the gods of Doritos. The angel of Doritos and the god of Doritos. Everyone is the god of Doritos. Yes! Oh god, I don't know if I'm too loud right now. Okay, let's continue reading. Oh god, 1 hour 30 minutes. That's probably gonna take so long. Okay. Tommy's initial annoyance at sleeping in and missing the blade in action was only matched by his absolute delight at seeing his older brother so battered, and then exceeded by his excitement when father invited Technoid for breakfast to recount how terribly Wilbur had performed. It was to track his progress, or at least sort of excuse like that. So Wilbur guessed father just wanted to stop Technoblade from disappearing wherever he goes off to, like last night. Did he cry? Tommy demanded, practically vibrating in off his chair. No. 3 days? Oh wow. You know what? I'm gonna try and read it in one stream. This is gonna be like a really, really, really long stream though if I do that. Pretty sure there's 7 chapters. Technoblade is seated next to him. Cut another piece of meat and chewed ponderously on it before answering. Almost. Wicked, Tommy breathed. Father glanced at Wilbur worriedly, taking in his bruises. Techno, maybe next time you can go easy a bit? No, Wilbur said hurriedly, wincing when his sore limbs protested. No, I told him to not hold back. Father raised an eyebrow. I doubt that. No, really. I need this, Father, Wilbur insisted. His legs felt like lead and some of his bones were definitely misplaced. But by the end of their 5-hour session, he'd learned where to strike to kill and where to strike to incapacitate, how to block attacks as much as deal them, and how to fight off stronger opponents, which for you would be a lot of them. Technoblade had said as he righted Wilbur's grip on his rapier. Let the boy bruise a little, Phil, Techno said, now downing a glass of wine. It's good practice, good distraction, too. Distraction? Wilbur looked at his father, but he was busy trying to force a bowl of vegetables on Tommy. When he looked again, Wilbur found himself meeting eyes with Technoblade. The other boy was considering him at length. Wilbur had caught sight of the expression multiple times in the past 5 hours, like Technoblade was inspecting him. Less, with the scrutiny of a teacher, and more the intensity of focus, of the intense focus of a surgeon trying not to make the wrong cut. What? Wilbur finally asked. What? Wilbur finally asked. Do I have something on my face? Yes. Defeat. Wilbur resisted the urge to stick his tongue out like Tommy undoubtedly would have done. You're a very rude guest. You're a very weak prince. I don't see what my physical prowess or lack of thereof, Technoblade inserted, has to do with you being such a pissy bastard. Wilbur finished hotly. Wilbur, Father said, swiveling to face his oldest son. Cursing? In front of your baby brother? I taught you better manners than that. I'm not a baby, Tommy protested. And what does piss... I think that's my cue to go, Technoblade interrupted, suddenly rising from his seat. To where? Father asked. Oh, nether music. I don't like the nether music. I think this is still nether music. Oh well. Um, to where? Father asked. None of your business, actually, Technoblade replied, not flippantly or arrogantly, just stating a fact. Father's grip tightened. In what? Father's grip tightened. Infinitesimally. Infinitesimally. What does that mean? Extremely small. Huh? Father's grip tightened. In how is it said though? How is it said? How is it said? I'm pretty sure, yeah, pronunciation, please. Please.
Infinitesimally.
Infinitesimally. Infinitesimally. Okay. Father's grip tightened infinitesimally on his spoon. I think it is my business if you're leaving my castle. If you're living in my castle. Technoblades shrugged. Try and stop me then. They stared each other down, the king and his visitor, red eyes on blue. A moment passed, then another. Father did not move. That's what I thought. Technoblade scoffed, and then disappeared in a whirl of fur and scarlet silk. Wilbur glanced at father, trying to gauge his ah, trying to gauge his reaction. Father had never seemed truly old, but in that moment it felt like Wilbur was watching him age 1,000 years per second. Who is he, really? Wilbur asked, before he could lose the nerve. Father blinked slowly, as if coming out of a dream. An old friend, I told you. From when? He can't be that old of a friend. He's just a teenager. When did you meet him? Wilbur repeated. Father pursued and unpursued his lips. Father pursed and unpursed his lips, like he was trying to swallow something rancid. What does it matter, Wilbur? What does it matter, Wilbur? Because you look at him like you look at me. I don't know what to make of that. Father's gaze pinned Wilbur to his seat even more than the surrowness of his body did. Even Tommy had fallen quiet, sensing in a way that younger siblings do, that his brother was in some sort of trouble that required absolute silence. And how do I look at you, Will? Father asked. Like I disappoint you. Like I did something to hurt you and you're sad I can't remember what. Doesn't matter. Wilbur mustered what was left of his strength and rose from his seat. My other non-violent tutors are waiting. If you'll excuse me, Father, Tommy. Tommy stared back at him wide-eyed. Father only sighed. It's a long story, Wilbur, he said, with infinite patience. Wilbur would have preferred he screamed, and not one you're ready to and not one you're ready to hear, either of you, he added, giving Tommy a reassuring smile. But one day I'll sure. Wilbur turned from them and began to walk away. One day, whenever that is. He expected a rebuttal, or perhaps wanted one. But as always, there was nothing left to say. Alright, what's happening in chat? Crunchy Doritos. Aw, poor Wisteria. Wisteria. Yes, wet Doritos. If you wet the Doritos, not crunchy anymore. Give me a second. Need to check something because my mini feed is not working on. Oh man, my mini feed is. My activity feed is broken on my phone. I have to look at it on the computer. Whoa, I got 3 follows today? What? Really? Oh no, don't lose Wi-Fi. Well, thank you for following. I'm gonna just read everyone that's followed today. Kiwi Birdine, however say that. Ashy, Rior, that, the what? I don't know how to read that. Okay, gonna continue reading now. They carried on for months more. They carried on like that for months more. Every morning, Wilbur would pull himself out of bed and head towards the gardens, where Technoblade would always be waiting, even after the times he threatened to leave, and the times that it looked like he was truly going to. Technoblade would walk Wilbur through his stances and correct them by demonstrating how exactly it could be turned against him. The tutor was never fully pleased, but eventually they made their way through the weapons in the chest and had to request for more practice with spears and knives and axes. They never spoke beyond the usual instructions, and Wilbur never when complained again when a few weeks in he almost disarmed Technoblade during a sparring session with the rapier before Technoblade inevitably knocked him over again. I almost got you, Wilbur Wilbur had grinned, even as he picked himself up from the floor. Almost won't cut it on the battlefield, Princeling, Technoblade had said with a roll of his eyes. And I was going easy on you. Whatever helps you sleep at night. Technoblade started. I don't sleep. Toby, I'm looking at you. Wilbur was still debating whether he'd been joking or not. Eventually, Tommy's jealousy outweighed his drowsiness, and he began to follow Wilbur to the training pavilion, yawning all the way there. When his yawning all the way, with his blanket wrapped around his shoulders, trailing in the dewy grass, he'd sit on the floor, shouting unhelpful advice and laughing at Wilbur's and his brother's failures. Technoblade, the younger prince had said at one point, will you train me alongside Wilbur? Technoblade had eyed Tommy and his blanket, looking so serious that Wilbur would thought he might actually be sizing his little brother up. Well, you do have similar skills. Hey, Wilbur tossed a stray pebble at Techno's head. It bounced harmlessly off his braided hair. I want to be strong like you, Tommy said, unchar- unchar- uncharacteristically solemn. Unchar- unchar- okay, Tommy said, uncharacteristically solemn, as he stared up at the older boys. And like Dad, he raised his gangly arms up to them. Look at these, Technoblade. They're pulsing with potential. Technoblade arched an eyebrow at him, an amused smile tugging his lips. Little Prince, you are years away yet from needing to learn anything. Your brother is training, so you don't have to. Understood? Tommy pouted, but nodded. Wilbur stared at him, feeling as if he'd just witnessed the taming of a wild beast. He glanced at Technoblade, who had walked over to the corner of the pavilion to stretch. How how'd you get Tommy to not kick and scream like he does when he doesn't get what he wants from me? Wilbur called out. I don't kick and scream, Tommy huffed. I let out a manly whine. It's probably because he respects you and not me, Technoblade replied curtly. Wilbur whirled on his brother. Is that true? He demanded with faux hurt. Tommy shrugged. I'd respect you more if you weren't reading all the time. I'm not reading now, Wilbur said. At the same time, Technoblade called, I know how to read too, just to put it out there. Afterwards, they would eat breakfast together. Sometimes it would just be Wilbur, Technoblade, and Tommy, going over the practice session. Technoblade with his dry corrections and Tommy with his enthusiastic, albeit often inaccurate input. But often, Father would join them, and Wilbur would be lying if he said he didn't feel a bit validated whenever Technoblade praised, or as close as the men could get praise his improvement in front of his father. Mother had taken to waking late and took her breakfast in her room. They'd visit her there, Wilbur and Tommy, but she'd often be too tired to speak at all. Tommy tried introducing Technoblade to her once, but she was already asleep again by the time they arrived at her bedchambers. Probably for the best, Technoblade said. I've been told I don't make great first impression with mothers, mostly because I met them after I just slaughtered their children. Please reserve the morbid jokes for after Tommy's gone to bed, Technoblade, Wilbur said. What does slaughtered mean? Tommy asked. I tickled them, Technoblade said. Oh, to death. Oh. I find that funny. Wilbur had hit Technoblade on the shoulder, but he was laughing too. 3 months in, Technoblade finally relented to letting Wilbur practice long-ranged weapons, which turned out not to be his forte after all. The session had to stop after Wilbur almost took Tommy's eyes out with an arrow. Tommy was inconsolable. Please don't tell father, Wilbur begged as he kneeled in front of his wailing brother, wiping Tommy's cheek as fast as the tears came. It was on accident, Tommy. Technoblade was cackling, leaning against one of the pavilion's sculpted pillars. You should see your face, he managed to wheeze out between his guffaws. Oh god, this is too hilarious. Wilbur turned to glare at him. You do know if he tells father, that means you're in trouble too. Technoblade snorted. I'm not scared of your father. I'm not scared of your father. There it was again, the arrogant dismissal, as if father were nothing to him. Wilbur clenched his jaw to keep the barbed remarks from spilling. Tommy was still wailing, his tiny face turning red from the effort. Okay, Technoblade said after a long moment. This is getting annoying now. Stop. Tommy didn't. Tommy, stop. Technoblade said more loudly. Tommy stopped, only to wipe his nose on his sleeve, hiccup, and then wail again. What's wrong with him? That usually works. Technoblade grumbled, stalking closer to them, with the caution of a hunter approaching a wild animal. Welcome to the world of Big Brotherhood. Welcome to the world of Big Brotherhood, Wilbur replied, bitterly, still wiping gently at Tommy's face. We hope you enjoy your stay, but most likely you will suffer. Technoblade came to kneel beside Wilbur. Tommy, Technoblade demanded, this is very irritating what you're doing. Please quieten down. Tommy responded by crying louder. Or for the love of... What will it take to get you to shut up? I'll do anything at this point. The crying stopped immediately. Oh gods. Wilbur put his face in his hands. You're not supposed to say that, Techno. You're never supposed to say that. What? What? Techno demanded, panic seeping into his voice for the first time since he met Wilbur, since Wilbur met him. What, what did I do? What the hell did I do? Tommy sniffled. You said you'll do anything? Realization dawned on Techno's face. Well, not anything per se. Tommy's eyes began to water once more. Okay. Technoblade ran his hands across his face in frustration. Fine, one thing, and you'll shut up forever. I want to braid your hair, Tommy said at once. Technoblade blinked. What? What? Wilbur echoed. You once got me to let you once got me to let you ride me like a pony across the castle, and you ask him to braid his hair? Tommy nodded. Tommy nodded with all the solemnity. My God. Toby. Tommy nodded with all the solemnity of a judge announcing someone's death sentence. Wilbur and Technoblade exchanged glances. Technoblade, one of bewilderment, and Wilbur, one of utmost betrayal. That was how they found themselves wasting the morning away, sitting together on the damp grass. Wilbur, leaning back on his hands, raised his face to the sun, letting the light settle against his skin. You could hear Tommy scurrying around, gathering flowers in the spring breeze blew through the garden. In a moment, all Wilbur could feel was a sudden, all-consuming affection, not for anything in particular, for everything, for the brilliant spinning wheel in the sky, turning everything into burnished gold, for the soft dirt beneath his hands, for the air in his lungs and the pollen on his tongue, for the distant sound of his brother's footsteps, for the boy sitting beside him that, against all odds, Wilbur found he might actually like beyond more tolerance, for the levity that had started to chase away the more exhausting thoughts. He cracked one eye open and found Technoblade staring at him again with that all too serious look. "What?" Wilbur asked. "Can't a man be can't can't a man be glad that he's not getting tossed around for one morning?" Technoblade scoffed. Don't discredit my teaching skills like that. You've been getting tossed around less and less these days." Was that meant to be a compliment? None of my compliments will ever be meant. They will be passive aggressive at best, openly hostile at worst. Oh, of course. We have to pry positive affirmation from your cold dead hands, is that it? Only way you'll learn it, Technoblade confirmed. They went silent as another breeze blew past them, blowing Technoblade's unbound hair across his face. Then before Wilbur could think twice about it, he said, "What did you mean before? What did you... Oh my god. What did you mean before... What did you mean before when you told father our tutoring sessions were a distraction? A distraction from what?" Technoblade's expression darkened for a fraction of a second before he scolded it into careful neutrality. He shrugged nonchalantly. "Well, grown boys like you're meant to have hobbies beyond whatever you were doing before." "I read," Wilbur said, "and play music. That was a sufficient distraction, I think." "Not according to Philza." "Why do you talk like that, by the way?" Wilbur shifted to look Technoblade square in the eyes. "You call the king Philza, which I can excuse because well, but father also calls you an old friend, and I've asked mother because father tells mother everything, but she never heard of you before. Are you all and you all these things oh my god, you all these things about weapons and all these things about weapons and welfare. Far too much. You're from a kingdom that has enjoyed peace for decades, Princeling," Technoblade said, with a world's worth of exhaustion in his voice. "Beyond those walls, it's different. Knowing war young is not entirely uncommon. Kids just grow faster out there. They have to." Wilbur took fistfuls of grass and threw it at Technoblade's face. Technoblade, unamused, simply blew the grass from his face. "Very mature, Your Highness," Technoblade said dryly. "We were being all You were being all sad again," Wilbur muttered, pulling his knees up to his chin. He looked up just as Tommy came toddling towards them, his arms a burst of color, yellow alströmeras, white daisies, purple malvas, and friezes, the color of Technoblade's hair. "Oh God, oh God," Technoblade groaned as Tommy dumped his collection before them proudly. Tommy grinned as he kneeled behind Technoblade. "Dad used to braid Mama's hair all the time, before she got tired. He taught me how." Technoblade, Technoblade turned towards Wilbur. "Should I be worried?" "Very," Wilbur said sagely. At least it doesn't have scissors this time," he added, recalling a particular incident in a particular incensed butler who'd foolishly offered himself to be Tommy's training dummy last year, ended up with less hair than he'd bargained for. Tommy turned Technoblade's head away from Wilbur. "Hold still," he ordered. beginning to take handfuls of Technoblade's hair, tugging them into place. Ow! Technoblade said after a particularly harsh pull. Sorry, Tommy said cheerfully, and began to braid in earnest. Wilbur sat back down, watching them in silence. His ferocious tutor and his even more ferocious younger brother. The sunlight seemed to catch in the tangles of Tommy's hair, making it shine like a golden halo. Wilbur had never seen anyone as focused as Tommy was in that moment, working through Technoblade's hair, pausing only to debate on what flowers should go where, and Technoblade, for this part, did not move at all, or let out so much as a word of complaint, even when Tommy took time to educate them on what exactly each flower meant. I could write a song about this, Wilbur mused, and then marveled at the thought. It was as if a block he'd been carrying for years lifted, and and his art was now inched away from his hands. If only he'd brought his guitar with him today. Tomorrow, he promised himself. I'll write a song tomorrow. There, Tommy said at last, tying the end of the braid off with a red ribbon Technoblade often used himself. Wilbur blinked in surprise. Tommy, that's actually good, really good. Technoblade reached back and ran his hand delicately over the elegant braid and the flower woven into it. He hummed appreciatively, then caught himself before he could fully smile, because he's still Technoblade after all. Decent, was his only comment. I'm not done yet, Tommy said, and produced one more flower, a single yellow rose. This one's my favorite, he added, gently tucking the flower behind Technoblade's ear. The emerald earring that Wilbur had found so familiar because it meant friendship. Because it means friendship. Believe in Dorito. Decent, was his only comment. I'm not done yet, Tommy said, and produced one more flower, a single yellow rose. This one's my favorite, he added, as he gently tucked the flower behind Technoblade's ear, then at the emerald earring that Wilbur found so familiar. Because it means friendship. Technoblade stiffened. His mouth opened and closed like he was trying to breathe but forgot how. Before he finally said, "Are we friends then?" Tommy stood and brushed grass from his pants. Well, obviously. Obviously? Oh yeah. The sudden excitement in Tommy's tone caught both Technoblade and Wilbur's attention. He began waving to someone in the distance, his smile as bright as life itself. It's Dad and Mama! Mother? Wilbur was on his feet at once, his heart hammering in his chest like a moth set aflame. Sure enough, there was Mother, out in the sun once more, for the first time in over a year. Wilbur took in a shaky inhale, not daring to breathe again, as if the image before him would dissipate like smoke. Mother smiling at them, and walked arm in arm with Father through the garden. Tommy ran as fast as his tiny legs could carry him, and launched himself into Mother's waiting arms. Wilbur couldn't ignore the brief flash of pain that flickered over Mother's features as she gathered Tommy into a hug, but neither could he help his relief at seeing her walk again. Well, Technoblade said from behind him. Go ahead then. Yeah, Wisteria. Hello. Glad you're back. Wilbur turned to his tutor, and before Technoblade could protest, took him by the wrist and dragged him over to where Mother and Father were waiting. Father's smile was gentle and welcoming, and Wilbur could almost forget the sadness that remained in his eyes, like a ghost hovering at the edge of a celebration. At the edges of a celebration. You must be Technoblade, Mother said happily, carrying Tommy in her arms as she addressed the tutor. I do apologize that this has taken us this long to be acquainted at though Phil had been telling me of all you have done for our Wilby. Wilbur expected Technoblade's usual icy jabs, and was quite surprised when he bowed his head in what could pass as deference to an untrained eye. It is a pleasure to meet you, Your Majesty. Your sons have told me much about you. Mother Mother gave Technoblade a conspiracial grin as she asked, and I trust all that you've said is in my favor, yes? Nothing about how sharp my tongue can be when I'm cranky. Oh, I assure you, they've painted nothing less than perfection. Technically glanced at father. Although Philza might have said a thing or two about your rigid standards for tea. Father chuckled. He pressed mother to Tommy, and he pressed mother closer to oh my god, he pressed closer to mother, and Tommy kept an arm around and Tommy keeping an arm around mother's waist as if to steady her, as if to hold her together just a little bit longer. I told you that in confidence, Technoblade, mother repeated. That's a rather odd name. I said the same thing, Tommy added brightly, also eager to be part of the adults' conversation. Technoblade only shrugged, once again demonstrating a level of civility that Wilbur would never have expected of the same man that regularly combated the king's orders. I would feel too much like a traitor if I abandoned it now, after all those years with it. It is one constant companion, more loyal than most. Loyal is rather a precious gift, Mother sighed softly. She transferred Tommy to one arm and reached out with the other until she was cupping Technoblade's cheek. I do hope, my boy, she continued, her voice as tranquil as a still lake, that you will find people you can trust more than your own name. You deserve that, and more, for all you've done for my family. Technoblade blinked slowly at her, for once struck speechless. Tommy giggled. Technoblade's blushing. I'm not. Technoblade spat hotly. Yes, you are. Technoblade cooed, leaning back onto Mother's arm, safe in the belief that she would never drop him. You so are. Tommy, Tommy, don't torture the poor child, Mother said, even as she giggled herself. Will? Father reached out and ruffled Wilbur's hair playfully. You look 100 miles away. Wilbur exhaled slowly. I'm just remembering. Remembering what? This. Mother's soft smile. Tommy's cheery laugh. Technoblade's half-hearted protests. Father's hand on his. Everything. Nothing, Wilbur said. Forget I said anything. He smiled at his father. For once, with that reservation, he had never felt so light. He was almost a son again. Would you like to watch Technoblade and I spar? Father's expression softened. Of course. I would be delighted to. It was the last good day. Okay, breaking the page. Time. What's happening? Ah, yes! All hail the Doritos. And yeah, the pain is coming, guys. Okay, just a disclaimer for people that just came in. Disclaimer, panic attack, death. I want you guys to keep yourself safe. Um, oh yeah, also bring tissues. But if you can't handle like death and people having panic attacks, please keep yourself safe and stop watching the stream because it gets a bit much. Alright, let's continue. Because I've read this. I watched someone else read it just yesterday. Okay. The knock came at midnight. It dragged Wilbur from the comfort of a dreamless sleep. Wilbur! Technoblade's voice, urgent, almost angry. Wilbur, open the door! Wilbur threw off his covers and bolted for the door. Technoblade stood outside his bedchambers, his red eyes blazing in the dark. He said 3 words that would come to haunt Wilbur until the day he died. It's your mother. They ran through the castle. Wilbur, for the first time, outpacing his tutor. They arrived at the long hallway that led to his parents' bedchamber, already choked with servants. Move! Technoblade demanded, his voice booming over the din. Move or I will make you! The servants rushed to the sides, clearing a path for Wilbur and Technoblade. Wilbur couldn't register any of their faces or their voices. All there was silence, until this worst sound Wilbur had ever heard, an anguished cry that turned Wilbur's blood cold. Tommy. Tommy is here. He burst into the room and found his brother curled into a ball by the foot of the bed where his mother laid, sleeping. No, not sleeping, not sleeping, not sleeping, not sleep. Wilbur could not breathe. Tommy was still crying for their mother, for their father. Father. Wilbur's eyes scanned the room, but there was no trace of the king, no trace of the man who had just lost his wife. Tommy? Wilbur pushed past Wilbur into the room. Wilbur could see him, could see it all, but it felt like watching someone else's life happening from leagues under the sea. Everything too slowly, too distantly. Technoblade kneeling by his brother, prying him off the cold floor. Tommy wrapped his arms around Technoblade's neck, burying his head into the shoulders and screaming so loud, too loud. Technoblade, turning towards Wilbur, handing him something, pressing it into Wilbur's cold fingers. Wilbur looked down at his hands. It was a letter, crumpled, tear-stained by his own tears. He realized bellantedly. Techno, it said. Tell the boys I'm sorry, and tell Wilbur he will be a better king than I ever was. The world fell out from under Wilbur's feet, leaving him suspended in the air, free-falling with no true end. No, he thought. Or maybe he said, or maybe he screamed, No, 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 this wasn't how it was supposed to go. Oh, said the voices, but this already happened before. Wilbur blinked and blinked again. Father's gone, he said, not taking his eyes off the letter. He left? Wilbur, Technoblade's voice rising above Tommy's agonizing sobbing. Was that worry in the other boy's voice? I found the letter slipped under my door. By the time I came here, it was too late. Your mother, she was also gone? The letter began to shake violently. Or not the letter, Wilbur's hand. But she was just here. This morning she watched us spa. She was smiling. She was alive. Technoblade. Techno. This was inevitable. Wilbur clamped his hands over his ears. Shut up! It was never meant to be. Go away! Wilbur fell to his knees, pressing his hands tighter and tighter to block out the sound. I thought I'd gotten rid of you. You said you were going to leave me alone. A sudden pain laced up Wilbur's arm, and he opened his eyes to find Technoblade leaning in front of him, his hand an iron grip around Wilbur's wrist. Tommy was gone. When did that happen? And the silence he left behind was almost as bad as the screaming. Come back to me, Wilbur, Techno ordered. Who do you hear? You, Wilbur said haltingly. He was not for this act, not for this stage. And the voices. Technoblade nodded, easing his grip on Wilbur's wrist. I can help you. No one can. Wilbur squeezed his eyes shut, but all he could see was Mother's still form, Father's letter. Wilbur, look at me. Wilbur shook his head. I can't. Then listen to me, I can help you, Technoblade repeated firmly. Because I have voices too. Oh god, that music was perfect. Toby, I did. Okay. I already read this, so I'm not crying. I'm trying to read it with as much expression to make you guys cry, though. It is very sad, I know. Wilbur Wilbur's lungs began to ache with the quickness of his breaths. You do? He sounded like a child, seeking comfort from a distant figure. But there was too much pain to make room for shame. I do, Technoblade said. So breathe with me until they go away and we can figure out the next step together. That was all they did. They breathed in and out and in again. Technoblade's hand on his wrist, and the sickly sweet smell of rotting flowers, keeping him rooted to the ground, to the universe. In and out, in and in again. And in between one breath and the next, Wilbur finally remembered where he'd heard the name Technoblade before. Father, Wilbur swallowed down a sob. He told me a story once, and I was young. The first time the voices ever talked to me. He told me a story about an immortal god who was doomed to hear voices in his head forever. A blood god. Technoblade. You're a god? Don't worry about that now. His voice was distant but kind. It doesn't matter. But I don't remember how the story ended. Exhaustion was a heavy blanket weighing him down until he leaned on Technoblade's shoulder. His throat felt raw, like he'd eaten broken glass. Burn. The story has no end, the voices said, but they sounded distant too. Tell me how the story ends, Wilbur begged, even as he felt the last of his consciousness slowly fracturing into nothingness. Tell me you'll still be here when I close the book. Wilbur, Technolay murmured, something too low to hear, and then he said, okay, I'll be there. Wilbur wanted to say more, or perhaps he didn't. Outside, somewhere far away, bells began to toll, chiming his mother's death ballad, heralding his ascension. Tell the boys I'm sorry, his father's voice this time, as quiet as the rest. In between one breath and the next, Wilbur was king. In between one breath and the next, he was asleep. The fridge! Oh my god! Oh no, the fridge. She died. Oh, this is so sad. Okay, let's read the notes real quick. I finished this at 1 a.m., so forgive me for any errors. I am begging. I tried to make Wilbur's chapter sound as distinct as possible from Techno's. Let me know how I did. Oh, they did really good. If they sound too familiar, if anyone's wondering, Wilbur's 15-ish in this chapter. Tommy 6-ish. It's true. It is canon. I mean, not in this. I feel like it's Kristen, but they didn't say it. But like let's try and make this more sad. Kristen sadly died. It's Kristen. Mumza, my beloved. Okay, let's go to the next one. I'm pretty sure this is chapter 3. All right, panic attacks. Panic attack. If you guys are not good with panic attacks, again, just like the last chapter, please don't watch. If that just was too much for you, I suggest not continuing on with the story. I don't think this part is really too sad. Maybe at the end, I think, but not right now. So, but still, if the last chapter was too much, I suggest not continuing. The author confirmed that it was the fridge under. What? Really? Uh, uh, no, no, a fridge just held Tommy in her arms. Oh my god, just imagine that. Okay, let me set the scene. Pretend, okay, this was from Wilbur's point of view, so I'm just gonna say it from Wilbur's point of view. Pretend you're Wilbur. You're looking at Tommy. You're just chilling with Technoblade, and then you see your mom walking outside, but it's a fridge. Walking outside. It's a fridge walking outside for the first time in a year. What? And then the fridge picks up your brother. And Phil's is just holding the fridge. Oh my god. we Yes, yesterday I cried over this. I cried over a fridge dying. No, why? Okay, let's think of it as Kristen. I'm still gonna think of it as Kristen. It's Kristen. I decided it is. Okay, just give me a second to check my notifications because I'm very annoyed that there are notifications. Okay. Okay. I'm trying to make all the sad parts have as much emotion as possible so I can get people to cry because that is funny to me. Because I'm not crying since I already read it. And now me reading it, I can't let myself cry. Okay. I'm not going to read the summary. Um, okay. Tommy knew a thing or two about secrets. He was 5 years old when he first heard the word whispered from father to son. Let's keep this our secret, all right, Will? Dad had said in the gentle hush of midnight, unaware that Tommy was right outside the library door, hanging on to every word. Even then, Tommy must have known Wilbur was special. If Dad was speaking to him like that, not like he was an annoying child, but like they were equals, bearing the same burdens and battle scars. What if they never go away? Wilbur had whispered back. Tommy had never heard his older brother so frightened. Tommy walked away before he could hear the rest of the conversation. He was obviously not privy to. Looking back, perhaps, some part of him wanted to preserve his gilded image of his older brother, like a dead fossil crystallized in amber. Because older brothers were never scared. Older brothers were never bled. Older brothers never bled. Older brothers were never coward. Older brothers were immortal. He would hold on to that belief until it was too late. It was, oh, foreshadowing there. He was 6 years old when he got a secret to keep of his own, and truly understood its burden. A year later, and his brother was crowned. Tommy stood proudly in the crowds, as Wilbur kneeled before a man in white robes. The sunlight from the window caught in the jewels of the crown held over Wilbur's head. A crown that was once their father's, but no longer. Wilbur recited the oaths of protection and generosity, goodness and fairness, righteous justice and unwavering fealty to the kingdom. And the robed man proclaimed him King Wilbur, protector of the realm, ruler of the kingdom. Long may he reign! Tommy had cheered the loudest, enough to shake the rafters above. And when Wilbur smiled, he knew it was just for him. Yeah, we'll never see this story the same again. We cried over a fridge dying. Oh, what? Ah, I lost my place. Okay, never mind. No, wait. Okay, 2 years later, on the cusp of his 10th birthday, Tommy asked Technoblade the same question he'd been asking since they met. Will you train me? This time, Technoblade said yes. Time unfurled like unbound parchment, rolling off into the distance, without Tommy's notice. They grew together, him and his king brother, taller and broader, stronger and smarter, more Wilbur for the latter. If Tommy were to be honest, Wilbur's duties took him from Tommy more often than not. But that was alright too, because Tommy had Techno. They would spar and talk until Techno was inevitable, calling back to the king's side. But then Tommy was. Ah! I just closed it by accident. Give me a second. Okay, there we go. Where am I? But but by then Tommy was appeased. The day he was alone, the days he was alone were the worst, mostly indescribable in their monotonous quiet. Don't L me. on one of those on one of those days, he found himself drifting aimlessly through the castle. Halfway down a vaguely familiar hallway, he heard something that had been sorely missed since his mother's death: music. He followed the sound to the door that was slightly ajar. Tommy held his breath as he looked through the crack and then lost his breath altogether. When he found the source of the mournful melody, Wilbur tiredness etched into the slope of the shoulders and the skin under his eyes, strumming his guitar, cursing as he missed a note or two, but still continuing, still playing, still soldiering on. And with him was Technoblade on a sweetly keening violin, his scarred hands moving gently over the strings, his bow his bow arm moving fluidly through the air. Both of them had their eyes closed, so completely lost in their own music, and Tommy knew, deep in his gut, that this was a world he could never breach, and so he closed the door and retreated to his silence. At 15 years old, Tommy was the oldest he'd ever been, but he never felt so young. Break in the page. Sag. Yes, it's Sag. Give me a second. I require water. My water that was really cold when I started this stream is now really hot. It's already been 2 hours? Really? My god, it's gonna take me forever to read this. Oh man. I'm actually not tired. It feels like I've only been streaming for 10 minutes, honestly. Anyway, let's continue. This is actually a lot more fun than I thought it would be. And if I manage, it will take you days. Yeah, it's gonna take me forever. But if I manage to finish it this stream, I'm gonna find Sadist's thing and I'm just gonna watch it on stream maybe. 7 chapters. I'm pretty sure we're at the third. Okay. Well, 2 hours for 2 chapters, and they get longer. Oh no. Uh-oh. Oh well. Okay, let's continue reading. Wilbur's official chambers were not meant for those outside his council, but Tommy had never been one for rules. The guards outside the carved double doors, surely pretentious, in Tommy's correct opinion, merely sighed at the sight of Tommy coming down the hallway and shuffled to the side to let him pass. His Majesty has a lot of work to do, the guard said, trying and failing to be stern. If so, then His Majesty would certainly welcome my esteemed company, Tommy replied, giving the guard a grin and a salute as he pushed his way into the king's office. Oh wow. I watched the animatic. I watched the Saddest animatic when I didn't even know Passerine existed, and I was really confused. Then I realized, oh, Sleepy Boys Inc., but what is this story? I didn't understand it, and I don't remember it now because I watched it right when it came out. So now I don't remember it all. 2 months ago. Okay, I think 2 months ago. Oh well. Okay, time to continue. Beyond the door was a large, sparsely decorated room. There used to be paintings on the walls of the past kings, past forefathers, with gold hair and brilliant blue eyes. But the first thing Wilbur had done as king was take them all down. Tommy remembered sitting on the floor of the office, staring up at Wilbur climbing a ladder, rolling his sleeve up to his elbows, and began ripping paintings from their hooks. There had to be such violence in his movement, as if the task was the very bane of his existence. Once it was done, Wilbur stood in the center of the devastation, taking in the bare walls, and nodded once to himself, pleased. Tommy still didn't know if Wilbur noticed he was there too. The only paintings on the walls now were the landscapes Mommy used to make. Tommy's favorite was the one of a mountain range shrouded in blue mist, because he could see in the corner where Mama had given him the brush for a few seconds, 3 errant brushstrokes, an otherwise perfect painting that stood as a reminder that once upon a time Tommy had existed in the same universe as his mother. Bookshelves stood against one wall, with the other two set with floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking the gardens outside. At the center of all things was a desk and a king. Wilbur sat scribbling away at a roll of parchment. His crown lay discarded beside his inkpot and a cup of cold tea. "What are you doing?" Tommy asked, closing the door behind him. Wilbur didn't reply. He gave no indication of hearing him. Tommy rolled his eyes and produced 2 apples from his pockets. He made his way over to the desk, moved over a stack of heavy, important-looking books, and hauled himself up to a sitting position. His legs dangled over the edge. "You've been here all day, you know," Tommy said idly, balancing one of the apples on the tip of his finger. "Missed breakfast and lunch." Wilbur only grunted in response. "Kingdom's on fire," Tommy continued. "Rioting in the streets. The gods are staging a coup. Techno is leading them." "Sure, Tommy," Wilbur said noncommittedly, reaching to dip his quill in the inkpot. In the inkpot. Tommy casually moved the inkpot out of his reach. Wilbur glared up at him, finally acknowledging him, albeit with annoyance. "What do you want, Tommy?" Wilbur said, irritable. Tommy took one of the apples, planted it square in front of his brother. "Starvation's a pretty shit way to go," Tommy said. "Find a less dumb way to die." Wilbur stared up at the fruit as if he had never seen one before. "I'm not hungry," he said. At the exact moment his stomach started to growl. Tommy snorted. "How embarrassing for you." "Shut up." But Wilbur was putting down his quill, reaching for the apple. Tommy bit into his own to hide his self-satisfied smile. Tommy leaned over to catch a glimpse at what Wilbur was writing. His brother's familiar loop script had already covered most of the page, with words like intentions and fortifications and conscriptions. Conscription? Tommy repeated, around a mouthful of apple. "What does that mean?" Swallow before speaking," Wilbur said mildly. "Swallow before speaking," Tommy mocked. "You sound like an old governess. So grouchy. Ah!" He'd inhaled too quickly. Unchewed apple slid suddenly down his throat and lodged there. Tommy gasped for air, blindly for something to drink. Reaching blindly for something to drink, Wilbur hastily placed his teacup into Tommy's hand. He drank it down with gusto until his airways were clear once more. When he looked at his brother through a blur of tears, Wilbur was desperately pursing his lips in a valiant fight to keep his laughter down. "You're an ass," Tommy wheezed. And your tea is garbage. Wilbur swiped a thumb across his own mouth to swipe his smile away. Techno made that tea. Oh? Tommy looked down at the tiny teacup with curiosity. He could not imagine his hardened tutor patiently brewing tea for anyone, even Wilbur. It's all right then. Gods, Tommy. Wilbur placed his elbow on the desk and rested his cheek against the heel of his hand. The the look he gave Tommy was one of utmost affection, despite the obvious exhaustion etched into every inch of his face. Will you ever grow out of your hero worship of him? Tommy took another, considerably smaller bite of his apple. He chewed on the sweet pulp, thinking all the white of the pink-haired tutor that had taught him and Wilbur all they knew of survival, and not just through fighting. Techno could have left. He should have left. After those long nights of Tommy waking up, crying Wilbur's dark moods, days where both of them felt so afraid that unraveling each other felt like the only way to fix frustration and anger, with no other way out than screaming. But he stayed. He stayed to watch Wilbur be crowned. He stayed to be the most trusted advisor, stayed and kept him together when everyone else expected the boy king to fall apart under the pressure. He stayed and marked Tommy's height on one of the statues in the training pavilion, despite his insistence that Tommy had not grown an inch. He stayed even after Wilbur forced him to attend balls and galas, and ensured each one of Tommy's jibes and pompous suits he was made to wear. How on earth could Tommy grow out of worshipping someone like that? Tommy swallowed, shrugging. Maybe if you're awesome, I'd hero worship you too. Wilbur scoffed. I'm awesome. Wilbur, if you have to say I'm awesome to prove you're awesome, you're not awesome. Do you remember? Wilbur said suddenly, straightening his seat, staring at the blood-red fruit in his hand. When you used to pick these with Mother. And Dad, Tommy almost added, before catching himself. We go down to the orchards with big wicker baskets, Tommy remembered. You used to lift me up on your shoulders so I could get the ones on the higher branches. A wistful smile tugged on Wilbur's lips. I probably can't lift you now. I'm not that heavy, Wilbur shook his head. It's not a matter of whether I could, it's a matter of whether you'd let me. Tommy opened his mouth to retort, then quickly shut it. When he realized it was true, he probably wouldn't appreciate being on Wilbur's shoulders, nor would he even need to. He'd hit his growth spurt sometime last year, incensing Techno greatly, when it was clear Tommy would be taller than him if he kept up the pace. That meant he would be taller than Wilbur, too. We could just try shooting apples down with arrows, Tommy offered gently. I'll try not to shoot for your eye this time, Wilbur replied with a laugh. I don't remember much about her, Tommy admitted, as he rolled his apple between his palms, as if he could somehow make her distant laughter, clearing his head. But I remember how much she loved those apple-picking days. We would be there until midnight if she got her way. She used to gather the apple blossoms and toss them at us, just to make us laugh whenever we complained we were getting bored. No, Wilbur said quietly, that was Father. Tommy wanted to kick himself. Oh, well, sorry. Well, I'm sorry, I guess. I told you, I don't really remember. It's alright, Tommy. There's no need to apologize. Wilbur tossed his apple high into the air, caught it gracefully with one hand. He abandoned you too. They polished off the rest of their apples in silence. Neither Neither of them saying anything about the phantoms that had been hanging over them for nearly a decade. It seemed to Tommy that people were haunted by two types of ghosts. The ghosts of who died and those who left. It was just his luck that he had both. When they both when they were both done, Wilbur silently wrapped the cores in an extra sheet of parchment and placed it on the edge of the table for later disposal. As he did, Tommy's attention was drawn back to the letter Wilbur was working on when he entered. "You didn't answer my question," Tommy said, idly kicking his heels against Wilbur's desk. "What does conscription mean?" Wilbur sighed, and he looked up his quill. He looked, and he took his quill again. "You don't need to know, Tommy." Tommy bristled at the careless dismissal. "I'm a prince of this kingdom, Wilbur. I deserve to know." Wilbur quirked an eyebrow at him. "Oh, suddenly you're interested in the affairs of the realm." "I've always been interested." "What's a highest earning exported product then?" Tommy scanned the table. Apples? Tea? Parchment? Wibbler. Wilbur rolled his eyes. "You're a ridiculous child." He began scribbling away at the letter once more. "I'm not a child," Tommy murmured. "You are. Look at yourself. You're supposed to be a prince, and yet you spend your days play fighting with Techno, or annoying the guards, or annoying me. What part of your behavior isn't childlike?" Wibbler, yes. Wilbur, Wilbur's quill stopped in the middle of a sentence as his words settled over them. Tommy felt heat rise to his cheeks and hurriedly got to his feet before Wilbur could see. His gut churned at the insult, and the lingering taste of apple on his tongue turned rancid and bitter. "Tommy!" Wilbur called, but Tommy was already making his way towards the door. "Tommy, wait!" "You're not the fucking boss of me!" Tommy spat, without turning, laced his words with venomous anger. "I am, actually, but that's beside the point." Tommy heard Wilbur's seat scrape the floor again, but no footsteps running after him. "Tommy! Gods, you're proving my point if you walk out that door." "I don't care. Screw you, Wilbur, screw you." Tommy threw the doors open, startling the guards outside. He marched past the threshold, slapping at his cheeks as if that might somehow dissipate the shame gathering there. "You shouldn't be this angry. All three of them, Techno, Wilbur, Tommy, and himself, have said worse things in the past to and about each other, but seldom did it ever sting like this. Perhaps it came in the wake of their father's memory being conjured up between them. Perhaps it because it had been their first proper conversation in a week. Perhaps because Wilbur was right. Wilbur was always right." The door slammed shut behind him, echoing through the empty hallway. "Come on," Tommy prayed. "Run after me." But the door stayed closed, and that was enough. That answered enough. Okay, time to read chat real quick. Oh wow, it's that long? Huh. Oh my god, I'm so tired from this, but I'm also so not tired. Let me check things. Take a break? Okay, sure. Wait, where am I? Give me a second. I'm at this. Okay, wait. One. Okay, I'm probably gonna take a break. Do you guys mind if I read the rest of this chapter and then take a break? Okay, I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna finish reading this chapter. And then the next one I'm pretty sure is a build-up chapter, so it's not too long. But I'm gonna pause there, and then we can just chat for a few minutes. Tommy found Techno in the training pavilion, practicing his lunges with the silver trident Wilbur had gifted him a few years back. Technoblade took one look at the expression on Tommy's face and tossed him a spear that had just been leaning against one of the statues. Wordlessly, they took their positions in the middle of the pavilion, sizing each other up for a moment before jumping into action. After 6 years under Techno's tutelage, Tommy could hold his own against knights twice his size and twice his age and size. He'd even beaten Wilbur in once, though the older sibling profusely maintained that he went easy on Tommy. But he had never beaten Techno. Tommy was sure even Wilbur, who'd been training with Techno for longer, had never won against their tutor. In a truly bleak moment, when he was 13, Tommy eventually realized that the man they were fighting against might not even be using his full strength. But that didn't matter right now. It wasn't about winning this time. Tommy rushed Techno with a visceral scream, a sound that came from deep within his chest. Techno deflected him easily enough, but Tommy continued the onslaught, dealing blow after teeth-shattering blow. He kept screaming through it all, screaming nonsensically, screaming at his brother, screaming at his dad, screaming at his kingdom, at the gods themselves. He felt as if his throat might tear apart. Tommy managed to push Techno back towards one of the statues, the one that bore marks of Tommy's height over the years. Techno grunted as Tommy shoved the butt of his spear against Techno's chest, and then retaliated by catching its shaft in the prongs of his trident. With a single jerk of his arm, Techno ripped the spear out of Tommy's hand. It clattered to the floor somewhere behind Tommy, but that didn't stop him. He balled up his fist and hit discriminately at Techno, his knuckles finding an arm, a rib, a collarbone. And Techno merely stood there, taking all of it. He let Tommy burn his anger away into exhaustion, without a word of protest. When Tommy collapsed to the ground, a heavy, sweaty mess, Techno silently placed his weapon to the side and laid down beside him. They spent half an hour like that. Oh, give me a second. My mom is texting me. Okay. What day are we? Sunday. They spent half an hour just like that, staring up at the roof, listening to Tommy's harsh breathing slowly wind down. Neither of them spoke. Neither of them needed to. The silence was a language in and of itself, and Techno was the most fluent in it, and so he was the one who knew just how to break it. Let me guess, Techno drawled. You and Wilbur had a fight again? Tommy exhaled through his nose. Called me an annoying child, he muttered. Does that every day, Tommy. I know, it was different this time, though. He might have actually meant it. Ah. There was a rustle of fabric. Techno crossed his arms and under his head. Well, Wilbur's not having a very fun week. So I take it I'd take anything he says with a grain of salt. I wouldn't know that, Tommy grumbled. Either of you tell me anything. You never express a desire to be told. I would appreciate being told regardless. Noted then. Another moment of silence stretched before Tommy whispered, "He didn't even run after me. He would have, before." Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Techno shift so he could look down at him, arm braced against the floor. When Techno spoke again, his voice was patient. "Before what? Before he was king?" Tommy sighed. He felt like his lungs had come loose in all the chaos. Everything in his chest was all too tight, all too sore. He closed his eyes against the pain, seeing his brother in the darkness, brown curls falling over his eyes as he bent over his guitar, smiling at his own music. Tommy would have given anything to hear Wilbur play like that again. "No," Tommy began, rethinking his word, even as he oh no, not this. "Chirp, you're not good for this. Time to restart the playlist." Okay. After this chapter, I'm going to take a break to eat and let's just chat for that time. And I'll continue. Or try to. Okay. Tommy sighed. He felt his lungs had come loose in all the chaos. Everything in his chest was all too tight, all too sore. He closed his eyes again, the pain, seeing his brother in the darkness, brown curls falling over his eyes as he bent over his guitar, smiling at his own music. Tommy would give anything to hear Wilbur play like that again. "No," Tommy began, rethinking his words even as he was saying them. "Being king has nothing to do with it. I guess I mean it was different before he started choosing being king over being my big brother." "Oh, Tommy." The sadness in Techno's voice made Tommy's eyes snap open. "You think he has a choice?" Tommy rolled over to finally look at Techno in the eyes. Not much had changed with Techno over the years. He still kept his hair long and occasionally let Tommy braid it. His hands remained as scarred as ever, with some fresh ones now and again from adventures he told no one about. And he still wore shirts with too many ruffles for Tommy's taste. But he no longer had the emerald earring he used to wear when they were younger. Tommy couldn't remember the last time he'd seen it. He'd seen Techno wear it. In its place was a sapphire Tommy had given him 2 years ago, mostly as a joke, and he'd only admitted he was pleased to see Techno wearing it under the threat of death. Techno's expression was shuddered. In that way of his whenever uncomfortable topics came up, his past, state secrets, Dad, something's really something's really happening, Tommy said, watching Techno's face carefully. "Something's bad." Techno, Techno's face remained unchanged, save from the telltale telltale quirk at the corner of his mouth and signaled his anger. Tommy had only seen Techno truly angry a handful of times, and was not eager to add to that list. "Things are a bit fragile right now," Techno said, "but I'm trying. I really am. And I need you to know that, Tommy." "I dare," Tommy said resolutely. "I trust you." Because while Techno had stayed when Tommy and Wilbur were at their worst, they'd repair they repaid him in kind. A few years into Wilbur's reign, and Techno had taken to study up statesmanship and politics and etiquettes as as if his life depended on it. And it was only the aspect he was lacking in, he said, and he needed to cover for Wilbur. when push came to shove on the debate floor. And while Tommy and Wilbur couldn't understand his sudden zeal, they still knew that their tutor needed rest as much as any other human being. So they developed their own system of getting Techno to eat and drink, and oftentimes had to physically pry him away from the library. Techno eventually relented to calming down after he knocked Wilbur to the ground in one of their struggles to get him to bed. And when he sometimes disappeared in the middle of the night, or went off to God's know where for days on end, they'd simply welcome him back when he was ready, no questions asked, partly because the look on Techno's face after his little escapades implied that whoever asked would be thrown over a balcony. Are you kidding me? Wilbur's live? No, not now. Not now. Why? Tommy's live too? No. Why? No. Okay, well, I guess I'm missing a stream. I'm missing streams that I want to watch. Oh well. Big oof, yeah. Well, I mean, it's a story with Wilbur and Tommy in it. Oh, pfft, I just said Tommy's username by trying to say in it. Well, I guess I mean I'm technically reading a story about them. You know, am I really missing out? Yeah, I'm missing out. Oh well, I'll watch it later. Oh well. Okay, give me a second to find where I was. Okay, there I am. And when he sometimes disappeared in the middle of the night or went off to God's know where for days on end, they'd simply welcome him back when he was ready, no questions asked. Partly because the look on Techno's face after his little escapades implied that whoever asked would be thrown over a balcony. If things are so bad, why are you here then? Tommy asked. Shouldn't you be at the king's side, Sir Right-Hand Man? Techno wrinkled his nose in response. Oh, laughter bubbled out of Tommy, unbidden but welcome. I see, I see. He kicked you out too, didn't he? I suggest a solution that would end all our problems very easily. Wilbur voted it adamantly. Tommy grinned. So you're throwing a tantrum? Techno scoffed. I'm not you, Tommy. He paused. But I suppose under the dictionary definition of a tantrum, I'm currently in the middle of one. Tommy began to laugh. That sort of laugh that ended in wheezing and hiccups. I don't like this one because it has sound effects like that. It's literally called death. Okay. Okay. Tommy began to laugh, that sort of laugh that ended in wheezing and hiccups. Techno watched him with a faint smile, and the two of them basked in the simplicity of it. Just two boys on the floor, on a hot summer day, laughter bouncing off their skin like sunlight. We'll be okay, Techno. We'll be okay, Techno. Tommy assured him once he settled down. I mean, it's you and Wilbur. You'll figure it out, like you always do. Techno stared at Tommy for a moment, before quickly looking away. That's enough. That's enough saturine garbage for one day, I think. Get up so I can beat you to the ground again. What does saturine mean? It means you need to brush up on your vocabulary, Tommy. Techno got to his feet and offered Tommy a hand. Tommy grinned as Techno pulled him up, and though his palm was scarred, it was warm. I only yesterday found out what saccharine means. It's like sweet or something like that. Like just like I don't know how to explain it. I forgot. Tommy rolled his shoulder back until he heard the satisfying pop of his bones righting themselves. He and Techno had sparred until the sun went down, at which point a messenger had arrived to inform Techno that King Wilbur had said had what? Had sent uncle and was crying for help. Huh? Yeah, I'm just gonna read it. No questions asked. Had said uncle and was crying for help. Not in those words, but close enough to in interpretation. Go, Tommy had en- go. Tommy had encouraged when Techno hesitated on the steps leading down from the training pavilion. At least one of us is welcome back in His Majesty's good grace. He should be looking. He should be looking for a way back into yours. Techno had replied and was gone. Tommy had spent the rest of the evening stabbing at a training dummy with a spear until another servant uh, arrived to call him to dinner, which unsurprisingly he ate alone in an empty dining room. Afterwards, he'd made up his mind to swallow his pride and follow his way back to Wilbur's office. The guard standing post outside was gone, which meant Techno was still inside. After all, who needs guards when Technoblade's there? As Tommy drew nearer, voices began to filter in through the door, muffled but getting clearer as he approached. It's quiet today, someone was saying. That hardly means anything. I think you know something I don't, Techno. Tommy held his breath as he pressured his ears against the door. Did you do the breathing exercises I taught you? Techno's soft drawl. Did I? Of course I did. I did everything you said. I always do. Wilbur's fraught murmur. Then why won't you let me do this for you? Do what? Tommy had leaned in as close as he dared. Dead. Because it won't help, Wilbur had said. It sounded as if he was in an argument they had a million times before. I don't know why they're gathering at the boy yet. You studied history. You know, you know, you know, you know nothing good ever comes from that sort of maneuver, Wilbur. Meanwhile, the longer we wait, the less prepared we'll be when they, if they do, Wilbur interrupted. That's not entirely. We're not entirely unprepared. I've sent the conscription notices. There was a loaded pause. You did? Tommy didn't know if Techno sounded more impressed or indignated. When? This afternoon, after my little brother looked me in the eyes and I realized just how much I have to lose. At that point, Tommy had backed hastily from the door, as if it burned him. He turned on his heel and ran, his head spinning and heart hammering, unsure whether to laugh or to cry. Something bad was really happening. Something that made Wilbur think he was going to lose everything. Tommy didn't pay much attention to his history tutors. To his, whoops. To what? Where am I? Tommy didn't pay much attention to his history tutors. Where's that? I lost. Okay. Um. That made Wilbur think he was going to lose everything. Tommy didn't pay much attention to his history tutors. They were never as amazing as Technoblade was. But he did know that his family had maintained peace in the kingdom for decades, and that talks about borders were never joyful affairs. Now, in the silence of his bedroom, he placed working out the kinks in his body and trying hard to ignore the gnawing feeling that he had on the brink of something too large to comprehend. But there was one thing he knew for certain. None of this would be happening if their father stayed. Techno did, even when they'd only known him for a few months. What had stopped him from doing the same? And then there was a guilt of knowing exactly what could have made him stay. What could have done what what could have been done. Secrets. What terrible heavy things. Tommy was still wearing a path through his rug, and the knock came, startling him out of his thoughts. Yes? He called, suddenly getting the urge to for one of his decorative swords hanging from his wall. It's me. Wilbur? Tommy relaxed, and then jolting back. Wilbur? Tommy opened his door slowly, unsure of who was waiting on the other side, the king or the brother. But standing at the threshold, shoulders slumped and his smile tired, was just Wilbur. Hello, Wilbur said. Can I come in? Tommy rolled his eyes. Techno told you to come, didn't he? The smile slipped from Wilbur's face. Does it matter? He asked exhaustedly. Suppose not, Tommy said. Tommy stood back to Wilbur's side. Wilbur crept in like a tourist, looking at every inch of Tommy's room, like everything was priceless artifact. When had Tommy last allowed his older brother into his bedroom? Most likely around the same time Wilbur moved his things into the king's quarters. I like this, Wilbur said idly, pointing at an ancient morning star hanging next to the door. Really ties the room together, I think. Cut the crap, Wilbur, Tommy snapped. The morning vehemence returned like bitter waves to the shore. Just tell me why you're here. Wilbur sighed as he threw himself down on one of the spare settees. We need to talk, Tommy. All right. Tommy leaned against the wall, crossing his arms, watching Wilbur suspiciously. Talk then. Wilbur crossed his legs and returned Tommy's scrutiny tenfold. His dark eyes seemed to be made for the very purpose of staring people down. First of all, I need I'd like to apologize for what I said earlier. You're never an annoyance to me, Tommy, but you are a child. Wilbur held up his hands to silence him. Let me finish, he said, wielding not the authority of leech, but of a firstborn sibling. You are a child. That isn't a bad thing. You're allowed to do what you want, and you're young, but that's also the reason why I thought it would be best to keep things from you. And if it's to protect you, I drove you away, and that's the last thing I want. And you're right, speaking with Techno did help me come to that conclusion. But we all need Techno's help. Now and again, don't we? Tommy scoffed, but knew he couldn't disagree. Wilbur knew it, too. I don't need to be protected, Wilbur, Tommy said weakly. Then why do you always look so sad? Tommy's eyes locked on Wilbur's. What? There was a world's worth of pain in Wilbur's expression. Whenever you think no one's watching, you look so sad, Tommy. But I see you. You joke and laugh and shout all day. But the moment you're alone, you get this look in your face. Like you're carrying some heavy weight. You're trying to find somewhere to set it down. But there's nowhere. I've seen that look before, Tommy. And that's why I'm scared for you. Because, Father, don't, Tommy croaked. Don't compare me to him, Wilbur. I'm nothing like him. Prove it then. Wilbur suddenly stood, making Tommy jerk back against the wall. Do what he never had the guts to do and tell me. Tell me what's wrong, Tommy. Tell me what you're carrying, and I'll help you. Tommy's chest felt tight with pressure of the decade-old secret. His eyes instinctively scanning the room for an exit, some way out, some way to never speak of this again. He wanted nothing more than to melt into the walls behind him and to see the light of day again. Wilbur's expression softened as at Tommy's panic, and he slowly sat back down on the settee. I'm sorry, he said gently. I, I didn't mean to. He pinched the bridge of his nose and let out a long sigh. I'm so shit at this, okay? Okay, here. To prove to you that I can handle your secret, I'll tell you mine. Tommy's brows furrowed. You have a million secrets, Wilbur. Maybe even more than that. I know, but this is the secret, Tommy. There it was again, the feeling that he was standing on the precipice of a dark, unfathomable chasm. I said Wilbur, hear voices. He taped his temple. Right here. Voices that aren't mine or anyone else's, as far as I know. We're still trying to figure it out. We? Tommy breathed. Techno and I. Ah, of course. Tommy leaned slightly forward, confusion and fear wearing his gut. What do these voices say? Sometimes they're cryptic, vague, talking about fate and strings. Sometimes they just haunt me, and sometimes it's worse. Wilbur took a shuddering breath. So much worse. And right now? Tommy asked, not sure if he wanted to know the answer. Right now? Wilbur said quietly. They're telling me to kill you. Tommy's breath caught in his throat. He was suddenly very aware of how many weapons, decorative or otherwise, he had on his walls. Wilbur, you can't. I'm not going to do it, Tommy, Wilbur said, sounding hurt that Tommy might ever think the opposite. I would never hurt you, but the voices, they're saying it's inevitable. That it's your destiny to die by my hand. That this is a story that's been told many times over, and we can't change how it ends. And how does it end? Badly, Wilbur whispered. His tone made it clear that whatever it was, Tommy was not prepared to hear it. Well, you don't actually know what the voices are saying are real, right? Maybe it's all nonsense, maybe it won't actually happen, but it already has. Wilbur swallowed. And both of them, oh my god. Give me a second, I need to make sure you guys can see. Okay, but it already has. Wilbur swallowed. And both of them steeled themselves for what was about to be said. 2 months ago, the voices told me that there's something coming, that an army was gathering at our northern borders, but we don't have any enemies. That's what I thought too, but I sent some spies to investigate just in case they confirmed it. Wilbur steepled his fingers, his eyes as hard as and dark as polished iron, just like the voices said. A war might be coming, Tommy. What was it that Techno said? Wilbur's not having a very fun week? Tommy might laugh at how huge of an understatement that was. It wasn't too busy choking on his own tongue. War. Such a small word for such a big thing. Well, Tommy slid to the floor as his legs gave out. That's that then. Techno and I are trying to make contact with the Foreign Armies General, Wilbur said, and Tommy noticed for the first time how many silver hairs Wilbur had acquired, almost glowing in the moonlight, streaming from the windows. We're doing everything we can to stop it from happening, Tommy. But yes, that's it. Those are my biggest secrets. The rest are inconsequential. He took a deep breath, as if to steady himself. I think it's your turn, Tommy. Tommy laughed bitterly. After that reveal, anything I say will just sound stupid. It won't, Wilbur said, resolutely. He leaned back on the settee, giving Tommy a gentle look. Whenever you're ready, Tommy. I'm right here. Tommy drew his legs towards himself and wrapped his arms around his knees, clinging on for dear life. This was too much, too fast. He wanted to yell. He wanted to crack his fists open on the marble statue with Techno's little markings. He wanted to pinch himself and wake up yesterday when nothing when nothing was wrong except for the gnawing pain in his chest that had never gone away, even 9 years later. He wanted his parents. The world had gone suddenly dark, and in the shadows, Tommy had finally let go. You want my secret, Wilbur? He pressed his face against his knees, as if that might hide the shame from the world. I saw him. There it was, the truth, or confession, or both. That night, I saw him. He heard Wilbur suck in a breath. There was no need to elaborate. Between that between the two of them there was only ever one he and only ever one night. He kissed my hair, and that's when that's what woke me up. I saw him walk away from the bed towards my window. I saw him open it and saw him climb out, or jump out. I wanted to say he flew away like a bird, but I don't remember that part very well. What I do remember is just lying there, fully awake, knowing something really fucking wrong, knowing that there was something really fucking wrong. I just laid there. Tommy's eyes began to sting, so he closed them shut before the first of the pathetic tears could fall. Eventually, I climbed out of bed and went to their room, wanting to believe that I had just dreamt it all, and that's when I found Mama. Yeah. Thank you for following, Issy Lissy. Thanks. He could still it. In his mind's eye, he remembered so little of her. Yeah, it broke me too. Okay, where am I? He remembered so little of her, but he could never forget how he'd crawl up on the bed next to her, trying to wake her. He could never forget his confusion when she refused to, nor the blinding pain when he realized why. And most days, Wilbur, that's all I think about. How I was awake and I could have stopped him, I could have made him stay, and you wouldn't have needed to be king so young. I could have spared you all of this, Wilbur. And now everything has gone to shit, and it's all a subtle free from his lips, suddenly unrelenting. I wanted to help you, and I know, I know how. I don't know how. Nobody ever taught me. Tell me. Wilbur's voice sounded so far away. But the worst thing, Tommy continued, trying to ignore the ever-tightening noose around his neck, is that maybe I should have seen it coming. He used to come by my door in the middle of the night when you used to live across the hall. I kept my door open just a crack after the first time it happened, just to see if he would ever come again. And he did, so many times. I used to think he would knock eventually, but he never did. Tommy tightened his hold on himself, shaking the grief, and maybe with relief too. I think he was saying goodbye long before he left Wilbur. Samsung smart fridge, my god. For a moment, the only response to his words was silence. Tommy was afraid to look up, to see if Wilbur had left, angry and betrayed. But instead, Tommy felt warm arms encircle him and pull him towards something safe and solid. Oh, Tommy, Wilbur whispered into Tommy's hair. You were 6. And that was it. That that was what broke Tommy in the end. He crashed into his brother, wrapping his arms around Wilbur's torso and burying his face into his chest. The tears finally came, a culmination of 9 years of guilt and paranoia, a stumbling through life, unsure of where he stood with his brother, a fear that one day Wilbur might find out what he failed to do and hate him forever. That wasn't hate. This was the opposite. Shh. Wilbur ran a hand through Tommy's hair. It's all right, Tommy. Let it out. There was just the two of them. In the moment, there was no voices, no ghosts, no secrets. Just Wilbur and Tommy. Tommy and Wilbur. Eventually, Tommy's sobbing ebbed. His cheeks were wet and cold from his tears, but he could breathe easier than he ever did. He drew back from the circles of Wilbur's arms and found his brother looking at him with a gentleness that he could never deserve in 1,000 years. See? Wilbur said, delicately brushing stray tears from Tommy's cheeks. Isn't it lighter with someone else to carry it with? Tommy sniffled. You always have been right. You always have to be right, don't you? Well, of course, otherwise I'd be stripped of my title as Grand Master of Pretentiousness. The council would have a field day. Tommy laughed wetly. What will your voices say after you suffer such a disgrace? Funnily enough, Wilbur said softly, they're very quiet right now. So what happens now? Tommy whispered into the dark. I don't know, Wilbur confessed. But what I do know is that there should be no more secrets between brothers. Agreed? Agreed. Tommy smiled. No more secrets. Wilbur looked as if he wanted to say something else, but Tommy would never have the chance to find out what, because at that same moment, Techno burst through the door, his expression like hellfire. Wilbur was on his feet in an instant, reaching for a crumpled note Techno was holding out to him. Tommy watched his brother's face drain out of all color, his eyes scanning through the message. What? Tommy demanded, his heartbeat ringing in his ears. What does it say? When Tommy looked back at him, his eyes were bleak and haunted. You want to know what conscriptions were for, Tommy? Well, you're about to find out. Finally. Okay. Break time. Okay, let's read the notes real quick. Hey, hi, this was more of a bridging chapter to open for the next one, which is going to be a really long one, so I hope you'll be patient with me and trust that I'll do the climax of the story justice. Story title and chapter's title are all taken from Passerine by the Oh Hellos. You can drop me a follow at Twitter. Yeah, you guys should go follow him on Twitter if you haven't already. Absolutely great. Anyway, I need a little tiny break, so I'm gonna go get food, and then I will be back. Ah, you both don't have Twitter. Uh, oh well, I guess when you do have Twitter. Is my music not working anymore? Oh no, it's just really quiet. Okay. Anyway, I'll be right back. Hello, I'm back. Alright. Is it slow or something? The follower goal thing. I don't know how many. Is that how many followers I have now? 42. Bug. Yes. Hello. I have food. I have what's it called? I have okay, I forgot the name of it. Well, you guys don't get to know what it is because I forgot the name of it. But I just need a bit of food right now because I'm so hungry. I haven't eaten anything today yet. So yeah. So how has you guys' day been? Everyone in chat? Pog. Not great? Aw. Oh. Oh. Well, at least you got at least you guys got the vaccine. I haven't managed to get the second shot yet. It's gonna stop hurting at some point. Oh, that sucks. I'm gonna change the song. Put back to the first one. Oh, okay. Give me a second. I need to check something. I don't know if my Spotify thing's working or if I just don't have it. My Spotify thing isn't working. Oh no. I didn't even realize that. Why is it... What? It's broken. There we go. Spotify now. My Spotify is working. It's just the thing that shows the Spotify wasn't working. So now you guys get to see what songs I'm listening to. So you don't have to ask me in chat if you do want to know the songs. I'm gonna check my other things. I don't think my Spotify is working on any of them. Why isn't it working? The, oh! What happened to it? It's so small! What? Okay, I'll have to fix that next stream. Because my Spotify thing is broken right now. I can only get it on this, on the just chatting thing. Yes, Cat Gem. if I forget to unmute, if I change back to the story and you guys don't hear me, please tell me. And while we're just chatting, I can check messages that people are sending me. Alright. I will be right back again, because I just finished eating, so I'm gonna put my plate away, and then I will come back. And we can actually, continue reading. Alright, I'm back. Time to continue reading. Okay, oh man. What chapter are we at now? I don't know. Oh, chapter 4. Okay. Gonna make sure my mic is on. It is indeed on. Okay. Time to continue. Hi, Nikki. Did Nikki read this? Okay. So, the triggers violence, depiction of violence, assault, and death. If that is too much for you, please stop watching the stream. If any of the other chapters were too much, this one is especially gonna be too much for you. So, I'd recommend stopping watching because I want everyone to be safe. Okay. Let's continue. Chapter 4. What is the title of chapter 4? My birds of a kind. They are more and more like centurions. Okay. 3 men stood on a balcony, where once there were 2. A mortal king, a mortal prince, and the red-eyed teacher in the garden below. No, I don't like this one. Because this one, okay, give me a second, I'm changing the music. Okay. Travelers were gathering, most weary from their journey, from every corner of the vast kingdom. Even now, they were still pouring into the capital city, staring in wide-eyed confusion, a conscription notice tucked into their pockets, or crushed between their nervous fingers. All able-bodied citizens of the kingdom are called to King's Castle, the letter all said, carried from bustling towns to quiet villages by messengers on the kingdom's most swift-footed horses, and courier birds taking to their familiar wind-carved routes. War is coming, and it is time to defend your motherland. The conscription letter had gone on to specify that only those of the age of 18 were to be included in the king's army. Many had chosen to ignore that. Amongst the horde trickling slowly into the heart of the kingdom was a brown-haired boy, a year shy of the stipulated age. He kept the hood of his battered cloak up, so no one could see the traces of boyhood still etched into his skin like a brand. Tubbo! That's some pretty sure it's Tubbo. That, I mean, makes it, it's probably him. Okay. Oh. Tube. Someone noticed it was a girl with pink hair. Nikki. Hair, as pink as the hibiscus she grew in her garden. She had lived in the city all her life. Once a man with the same hibiscus pink hair had walked into her flower shop, his eyes bleak and unfocused. He'd ask if she had any yellow roses for sale, and bought it all. It was only later that she realized who the man was. But by then, he'd already left, heading towards the woods, bordered the city. Now she marched along the city streets that had become unfamiliar over the course of a week. She'd left her garden to the care of an elderly neighbor. A sign was left on her flower shop door, telling hopeful customers that it was closed indefinitely. There was nothing else to do now but follow the course of the crowd, keeping an eye on a stranger that was definitely much younger than her, wondering whether or not he'd outlive her. They passed underneath the castle gates, where a woman they called the captain, Captain Buffy, kept a watchful eye. She was under orders to turn anyone away too young, too sick, too old. But every time she looked into their eyes, she only saw herself. She'd clawed her way into her position, made sure to earn her reputation, and had stood guard over the royal family for over a decade. It was her stubbornness that got her where she was, abnormed with medallions from the king, both old and new. It was stubbornness that she saw in these people now. So while she did her duty by bearing the way for the youngest, the sickest, and the oldest, if she turned away for a moment when an aged warrior did her best to hide her wrinkles on the back of her scarred hand, or when a 17-year-old boy pulled his hood lower over his face, or when a strong-jawed smith from the city limped by her with a broken foot that wasn't quite healed yet, well, she would consider that her duty too. By the time the boy and the flower shopkeeper found themselves in the garden, it was crowded. People stood shoulder to shoulder, pushing and pulling like a tide on the trampled remains of the queen's dead flowers and the dead queen's flowers. The shopkeeper grimaced as her boots teetered across petals and stems, violently returning them to their soil. The boy did not notice the flowers at all. He was staring up at the balcony, looking at the man who, whose call was answered by thousands. Give me a second, I need to make sure you guys can see it when it's there. You can, okay. Most of them had never seen their king before, but they've all heard the stories of a boy crowned on the eve of his 16th birthday after his father's mysterious disappearance, or death, or assassination, depending on which rumor you believed, and guided by a strong advisor, a kingdom of peace, where would never have had any reason to know the name Technoblade. But those who heard the folk story of a red-eyed emperor from a cold distant land whispered amongst themselves at the resemblance, at the coincidence, or whatever word they could use to explain the uneasiness brewing in their gut. The stories also said that the king was kind and generous, with the starry-eyed ambition that came with his youth, and that the younger prince could charm 1,000 de- detractors with his wit and humor. Standing together, they seemed to be as different as night and day, one dark, one light. But no one could deny the one shared brotherhood etched into their regal bearing. Both produced a boyhood, almost drowned in etiquette and decorum. The prince shifted closer to his brother. That's a lot of people, Will, he murmured. The king's eyes were unreadable in the hazy light of the colored afternoon. Not enough, he replied. Their tutor crossed his arms as he surveyed the gathering crowd, already calculating battle positions and drafting strategies. This was, after all, not his first war, nor did he think it would be his last. I'll oversee training as much as I can, for as long as we have time. I've identified some potential battalion's leader from the guards and the people who came earlier. I'll delegate the responsibility of training a newer recruit, which of which is most of them, Wilbur pointed out. They never had a reason to learn how to fight before this. You underestimate your people, Wilbur, Techno replied patiently. There are other reasons besides war. Look there. See that person with a bow? They're a hunter, used to shooting down fast-moving targets, which makes them an asset for our archery line. Folk from the mountain regions are used to riding a horseback, so that's our cavalry already established. Miners and smiths are used to swinging sharp, heavy objects around. Give them broadswords instead of pickaxes and hammers, and they're and we'll be ready to go. Wilbur cut him bemused look. B- Wilbur cut him a bemused look. You sound almost optimistic. Did you hit your head on the wall or something this morning? I've seen worse odds. Tommy scoffed. This is different from all your war books, Techno. This is real life. He did not notice the knowing look shared between his brother and their tutor. Anyway, Technoblade continued, I've reached out to mercenary guilds to supplement our offensive. Our coffers can handle the hit. After all, this kingdom has only been busy with trade for the decades. And if it all goes to shit anyway? Tommy asked quietly. Technoblade's expression hardened. It won't. How can you be so sure? Demanded the young prince. From what I've been hearing, we're, we're nothing more than a bunch of poor saps aimed with twigs against this what do they call themselves? The the Green Army, Wilbur replied, not taking his eyes off the people below them. Ridiculous name if you ask me. Oh, ridiculous name if you ask me, Technoblade said. Tommy did not laugh as he usually would. That message you received my god. That message you received said they massacred an entire town, Wilbur, he jerked out. An entire town wiped out overnight like ants. Wilbur's hand tightened around the balcony railing, his knuckles turning white as they squeezed. They were taken by surprise. We will not be so unfortunate. None of them said the obvious, which was the fact that Wilbur had not held his secret so close to his chest. The town that once sat on their northern border might have survived. Uh, if... Okay, wait, I need to reread that. None of them said the obvious, which was the fact that if Wilbur had not held his secret so close to his chest, the town that once sat on their northern border might have survived. They might have been warned. They would have been saved from their merciless doom. Hypotheticals Technoblade had told them before were worthless, and only crippled their way forward. But it, but it, but it still sat in the uneasy silence between them, broken only by their tutor saying, "Other towns along the Green Army's route have been evacuated." We should be expecting refugees to arrive in the city in 3 days, but the temporary camps will be finished and ready by then. And what's the status on the army itself? Based on the spies' reports, we have half a month, at most, before they arrive at the valley, which gives us a week to prepare the troops before we set out. The armory should be tallying and divvying up weapons by tomorrow, and caravans have been loaded with other supplies. And the other thing we planned? Gathering the material as we speak. The alchemists are working as fast as they can, given it's delicate work, but it should be done before we go. Good. Wilbur raised his hand towards the sun, breathing in the last sweet winds of spring. As he did, Tommy and Technoblade were the only ones to notice the fresh scratch marks running down the pale column of his throat. Tommy opened his mouth to speak, but was silenced by a quiet shake of Techno's head. I guess it's time. In one smooth motion, Technoblade jumped onto the balcony railing, balancing precariously like an acrobat on a tightrope. Give me a second. My voice is dying. Okay. Precariously like an acrobat on a tightrope. He believed he beloved his beloved trident in his hand. He drove the butt of the trident against the railing, producing a sound like a bell tolling over and over until the crowd was almost silent, their attention caught. Your king, he shouted, will now speak. I suggest you to listen. He dropped back between Tommy and Wilbur, who gave him a grateful smile before turning back to their people, their army. Friends, Wilbur began, his voice carrying out over the crowd, now now hanging on to his every word. I see you all from where I stand. I understand you are afraid. You are confused. Years ago, I promised you peace on my father's crown, and now I call you to war. This is nothing less than a treason. Rest assured, I will be facing consequences for it. The crowd stirred. Even Tommy looked at his brother in surprise, a question swiftly dying on his lips as Wilbur spoke on. But that will be later, the king continued. For now, we face an enemy that has mercilessly slaughtered our brethren on the northern border. That is what we shall keep in mind as we ready to face them. More than a battle to defend ourselves. This is a war of revenge. We shall remember the innocence lost to the nonsensical greed of our invaders, and I vow to deliver you your vengeance on a silver platter. Sorry, I just recognized that. Okay. Techno's eyes darkened, but he did not interrupt. His gaze drifted to the marble pavilion sitting in the distance, right where the crowd stopped. Its chest had been pilfered, the blunted training weapons melted down to make sharper, deadlier blades. The ivy, tumbling from its roof, swayed slightly in the wind, offered him a brief glimpse at the empty, dust-covered floor beyond. He wondered if he'd ever set foot in it again. The shopkeeper was the only one not watching the king as he spoke briefly of bravery and keeping the faith. Instead, she followed the tutor's far-off gaze, but all she could see was the small white building overgrown with weed. This will not be the end of our nation, the king said, with a note of finality, his dark eyes sweeping across the gathered crowd, but not seeing their faces at all. He spread his arms, as if welcoming an embrace from someone no one else could see. It has stood for centuries, and it will stand for centuries more. We will see our enemies burning, my friends, and we will scatter their ashes on the graves of the people they took from us, and anyone who survives the fire will wish they had perished in the flames and not by my hands. My only hope is that you might feel the same, and trust that you're on the most capable hands I could find. He turned to the tutor. You're on the safekeeping of my guidance of General Technoblade. Together, we will defend this kingdom or die trying. The silence of the crowd gave way to the thunderous applause, the exultant cry of hundreds of people who did not know truly what awaited them on the battlefield. The aged warrior with the scarred hands was intimately familiar with violence and turned bitterly away from the excitement. She had been like them once, but no longer. They would learn, sooner or later, but it would not be a gentle lesson. However, they were united in some things. They trusted their young king and their prince. They trusted their general, and they wished to see their enemies burn. The boy in the crowd felt that unity down to his bones. This is it, he thought. This is what it was meant to be, part of something, to belong. He felt a smile creep onto his face, and soon he was joining the noise, hollering until his lungs began to ache, joining the applause, furious glee. He was going to hold the line. He was going to drive the enemy back and protect the land that raised him. And he was going to be a hero at 17 years old. Tubbo was going to be the oldest he's ever been, but he never felt so young. Only one person did not seem impressed by the king's words. The tutor, turned general, was staring at the king, his mouth a thin line of disapproval. Since when did I get a promotion? Technoblade asked slowly. Wilbur shrugged dismissive. You were already acting like a general anyway. But Technoblade. The king's voice turned cold as he stared his old tutor down. You promised to help me. Was that a lie? Technoblade's eyes flashed dangerously. Careful, Wilbur, he said quietly. You're forgetting who you're talking to. Wilbur blinked his eyes, suddenly clearing his opened. He opened his mouth for some sort of retort, perhaps an apology, but there was Tommy, brilliant Tommy, brilliantly loud Tommy, leaning so far over the railing, Technically had to pull him back by the back of his shirt. Then he turned them. He was beaming, his eyes bright in the afternoon gloom. We're going to win, Tommy said, his ears still ringing with the crowd's approval. We're actually going to win, aren't we? Wilbur and Techno exchanged one glance, and all was forgiven. The conversation shelved for another day. The general still looked at the king with something close to concern, and the dark circles under the king's eyes were getting harder and harder to ignore each day. But none of that mattered anymore. If Tommy said they were going to win, then by gods, neither of them were going to tell him otherwise. Were going to tell him otherwise. Not when he looked the happiest he'd been in months. By this time next month, by this time next month, this, by this time next month, we'll be back to worrying about trade routes and bothersome psychopath pants. Wilbur assured him. What the hell's a psychopath? Gods, the king gave his brother a look that was equal parts annoyed and adoring. Allow me to hire a better linguistic tutor for you when we get home. Tommy rolled his eyes. Good luck finding someone that can stand me. I'll chase anyone away in 3 days at most. Bet your whole damn life on it. Wilbur grinned at Techno Blade. I can't think of one person. Techno, will you finish that sentence, Technoblade? Technoblade. Technoblade drawled in his usual monotone manner. And I will end your bloodline right on this balcony. I will throw you off, witness be damned. As the king and the prince dissolved into laughter for one shining moment, children again, Technoblade found himself smiling. The sky was dark and bleak, but there, on the balcony, there was sunlight. It's you and me, said Technoblade, putting one hand on Tommy's head. The other on Wilbur's shoulder. One more time. Breaking the page. Okay. You might hear people talking in the background. Sorry about that. Family came back home during that long break I had like 20 minutes ago. Okay. Almost been 4 hours that I've been reading. Oh my god. Okay. The blue valley stretched before Tommy disappearing into the hazy horizon. The two mountains that bordered the valley rose menacingly in front of him, twin endpoints of the imposing mountain ranges that served as the king's natural borders. A river ran through the middle of the valley, lit into liquid gold by the sun glowing rising over the distant hills. All in all, Tommy thought as he breathed in the cold air, this is not going to be the the worst looking place to die in. The valley was named after the blue irises that thrived in it, lining the cliffsides and blooming along the river banks. But there were no flowers Tommy, but they were not the flowers Tommy was searching for. He ventured down the hillside, keeping his eyes close to the ground. He'd roll up his pant legs to keep them dry from the morning dew that clung to the underbush. But it left everything below his knees vulnerable to the traps that had been set around camp. One wrong move, and he'd lose a foot for his troubles. But he was determined to make the trip worth it. It had been a week since they'd arrived at the valley, and while that meant most of their preparations were finished, it also meant that the other shoe would drop any day now. Tommy could feel it breathing down his neck. The only way to combat it was relentless distractions, keeping his hands busy. So he traveled down the hill, one careful step at a time, until a flash of yellow in his periphery caught his attention. Found you, he said, making his way over to the flowers clustered in under a rock, almost indistinguishable from their blue iris neighbors. If if it weren't for the golden center that in the name. When Tommy strolled back into camp, he had a fistful of morning glories clutched in his hand and a grin on his face. Everyone was already awake. My god. Clustered around cook fires, going through morning exercising, or just milling around. Someone had brought their guitar, and its soft music echoed above the sounds of conversation and laughter. People raised their heads when Tommy passed, calling his name or waving him over to join them for breakfast. He cheerfully declined, but not before exchanging jokes and pleasantries with some of the more familiar folk. It was easier to miss the shadows this way. In the right light, he might miss the tousled hair of those that had not slept in days, or the bleak look on the captain's face quickly hidden by a strained smile, or the smell of sulfur that clung to their clothes like a nasty, unrelenting parasite. It's pretty tragic, isn't it? The question stopped Tommy dead in his tracks. He turned towards the person who'd asked and found himself in front of a girl seated by a grindstone, slowly sharpening a small blade. Pardon? The girl smiled. She nodded towards the flowers in his hands. Morning glories. They wilt the same day that they bloom, lasting only until the sun sets. She paused. Maybe less. Now that you've picked them. Tommy flushed with embarrassment, suddenly getting the urge to hide the bouquet behind his back, as if that might somehow erase what he did. I'm sorry, I didn't think about... The girl simply laughed. No, don't be. I would be the biggest hypocrite if I told you off for picking flowers. At Tommy's confused look, she explained, I'm in a flower shop back in the city. Oh. Tommy looked back at the flowers clutched in his hand, his brows furrowing as he thought. It is sad, I suppose, that they die so quickly. But aren't they beautiful while they last? The grindstone slowly ground to a halt as the girl Millie sat there, staring at Tommy with an inexplicable expression on her face. Well, thought Tommy, this is awkward. You know, Your Highness, the girl said at length, you remind me of someone. He's a soldier in this camp, and he's about your age as well. He's off somewhere training now. But I have this feeling that if you'd only meet, you'd make good friends. Tommy opened his mouth to reply, but found he could only nod in agreement. The girl gave him a small, sad smile, as if she could understand his silence even more than if she had spoken, and went back to her work. Tommy pried his feet from the ground and began walking towards the heart of the camp. But the girl's words followed him close to his heels. That was the true tragedy, wasn't it? More than the flowers that bloom for a day. The bitterest devastation was in the what ifs. Tommy didn't understand why, but he found himself figuring one scenario. A different life where he had met the person he reminded the girl of, where neither of them were young soldiers. He'd make good friends, she said. But that wasn't right. Tommy felt inexplicably down to his bones that if he'd met the boy, they would be brothers. I'm pretty sure that's like a foreshadowing, not foreshadowing, it's either foreshadowing or just a reference to Drew SMP or the fact that Tommy and Tobo are very good friends. It was only until the royal tent was in view that Tommy realized he didn't even ask the girl for the boy's name. If we move this battalion here, they could provide cover, but we would also run the risk of... Tommy? Tommy looked up. He didn't even realize he'd entered the tent. He found Wilbur standing at the large desk that took up the most room, leaning over a map littered with small carved pieces that represented various troop positions. Beside him, his hair unbound, was Technoblade. Both were staring at Tommy with concern. What? He demanded. You're crying. Tommy, Wilbur said softly. Tommy touched his face. My God. Tommy touched his free hand to his cheek and was surprised to find it come away wet. He rubbed furiously at his eyes until they were clear of tears. This was not the time. This was not the fucking time. He strode deeper into the tent, ignoring the worried look Wilbur threw Techno, and Techno's answering shrug. Tommy stopped at one corner of the map, pointing to a cluster of carved archers clustered on what would be the hill they were currently on. I don't need that many, he said determinedly. Just one. Just you, Wilbur. Wilbur seemed frustrated by the change of topic, but no choice other than to follow his little brother's lead. You're overestimating my aim, Tommy. Tommy drifted away from the map, throwing himself on a spare chair in the corner. He gestured Techno over, and the general silently complied. You always pull away when it matters, Tommy said as Techno took a seat on the ground in front of him, his back to Tommy. As Tommy gathered Technoblade's hair into his lap, he added, except the many times you lost a duel with Techno. Normally, this would warrant a chuckle. Why is everyone going live right now? What? Now George is live on, I'm pretty sure it's alt. My God. Okay. Normally this would warrant a chuckle, or at least an indignant eye roll, but Wilbur simply leaned over the map again. His expression shuddered once more. Techno turned to Tommy and whispered, we must not break his intense beast-like focus. Tommy snorted. The only beast-like thing about him is that tangled lines mane he calls hair. Wilbur's head snapped up to glare at them. I heard that. Of course you did, Techno said, turning back away. Lions have an unparalleled sense of hearing. You guys are elling me again. Tommy laughed quietly to himself as he began braiding Techno's hair. Oh, I just realized they're finally calling him Techno instead of just like the full, just Techno blade. Pog. His fingers making knots with ease that came with years of practice. This had been their routine for the past week. Wilbur would pore over the battle plans with wild-eyed obsession that got more and more frenzied by the day. Techno would call out every flaw in Wilbur's proposed changes until they encountered one that seemed to be actually useful. And Tommy would braid. It kept his hands busy. If it weren't for the distraction of Techno's hair between his fingers, Tommy would most likely join the flower shop girl over the grindstone, mindlessly polishing his spear until doomsday. Sometimes Tommy would wake up in the middle of the night and find his brother still awake, reviewing their plans and muttering to himself, or not to himself, the voices, the mysterious, omniscient, creepy as all hell voices that plagued his brother for years. Tommy began to weave the morning glories he'd found into Technoblade's hair, to hide the fact that his hand had started shaking. 2 nights before had been the worst of it. Tommy had been awoken by the noise of glass shattering, opening his eyes. Oh, this is like my favorite part of this part for some reason, I don't know why. He found Wilbur standing over his cot, a shard of broken glass clutched in his hand and raised over his head, ready to strike Tommy in the chest. Tommy had stopped breathing completely. Will? He'd said, his voice coming out meek and trembling. I meant to kill you, Wilbur said. Wilbur had croaked, blood dripping from from how tightly he was holding the broken glass. We're going to kill you, Tommy. It's your fate. It's meant to be. Wilbur. Tommy had reached out and clutched at brother's shirt. Wilby, please, don't hurt me. Wilbur had blinked rapidly, his eyelashes glistening with unshed tears. You hadn't called me that in such a long time. And the glass had dropped, not into Tommy's flesh, into the ground beside his cot. Driving the soft dirt, Wilbur had kneeled beside him for the rest of the night, whispering apologies that chased Tommy into his uneasy sleep. By morning, Wilbur seemed to have completely forgotten the incident, or chosen to ignore it completely, and Tommy was already plucking flowers off the hillside with shaky fingers. Tommy looked up, now to find a white cloth tied around Wilbur's hand, where the glass had cut into his skin. It was the only evidence that night had not been a dream, and that Wilbur's voices were slowly taking over. It must be the stress, Tommy thought as he braided the last of the morning glories into Techno's hair. When the war was over, Wilbur would be back to normal again, and Tommy could go back to not being absolutely terrified of his older brother. Done, Tommy said at last, flicking Techno's finished braids over Tommy's shoulders. Finally! Techno stood and plucked one of the morning glories off his hair. He tucked it behind Tommy's ear, and before moving over to one of the chests tucked under the table, considered this a sign of gratitude, of my gratitude. He opened the chest and pulled out something dark and folded. When he unfurled it, Tommy shot to his feet, his eyes going wide at the blue and red coat Techno held up, its golden buttons gleaming, the royal coat of arms stitched over where Tommy's heart would be. They finished it! Tommy couldn't help the laugh that bubbled out of him. They actually finished it! Gods, Tommy, Techno said with a smile. It's just a uniform. But this isn't just that, and Techno knew it. He and Wilbur had received their own uniforms weeks before, the General and the King in their bold colors. In the chaos of preparation, no one had noticed the prince following in their wake in a simple white tunic until the very last minute, and now their tailors had done it. They'd actually finished it. Tommy bounded up to Techno, grinning so hard he thought his cheeks might split from pure glee. Techno rolled his eyes, but held out the coat for Tommy to slip into. It fit perfectly. Tommy spun in a small circle before giving Techno a mocking bow. Sir General? Techno returned the gesture. Your Highness? You too, Wilbur said, and Tommy could hear the smile in his voice, however faint. Oh, so stupid. Tommy waltzed over to his brother, knocking the covered piece that Wilbur was about to put down on the map. Over the sound of Wilbur's protests, Tommy grabbed his hand and pulled him along, humming a vague familiar tune, spinning him in slow circles that could be called a dance under the loosest of definitions. Wilbur went slack on as Tommy continued to hum the song, allowing Tommy to spin more and more. I can't believe you still remember that, Tommy said softly, his expression unfathomable. Remember what? That song. And then they heard it. Uh-oh. The sound that turned Tommy's blood cold. The sound that made Tommy and Wilbur freeze in their tracks. The sound that made Techno reach instinctively towards both of them. The drums of war, echoing over the camp eclipse. Okay, give me a second. This song is a bit too much. I'm gonna put this song here on repeat. If it's the right one. Okay. The drums of war, echoing over camp eclipse. The night music of guitar. Give me a second again. Of guitar. The conversation of friends. The screeching of a blade against the grindstone. The thud, thud, thud of a 17-year-old soldier practicing his archery against a dark oak tree. The thud, thud, thud of the army's collective heartbeat. And the thud, thud, thud of 1,000 feet marching closer and closer. The enemy had arrived at the Blue Valley. Yeah, it's too cheerful. Okay. Oh. Okay. Another disclaimer. If you're not good with death, please. This part is a lot. Especially if you couldn't handle the rest. And I want you guys to be safe. If you couldn't handle the rest of the story, this part is gonna kill you. Not actually. It's just super sad. But if you can't handle death and like kind of panic attacks and stuff, I suggest you stop watching now, especially in this one. Yeah, this is gonna be sad. Okay. This is the part that made me cry so hard yesterday. Okay. They emerged from the mist, like specters, the hazy sunlight glinting off their polished blades, up on the hill. Techno could see them moving, through the valley, in a steady steam, the soldiers indistinguishable in their tight uniform. At the front, this is too energetic, stop! At the front, someone bore their flag, two swords crossed in a simple green background. The sight of it made Techno ball up in his fist with a sudden, unidentifiable anger. This is it. It seemed like the entirety of the Green Army was here, as expected. While the valley would serve as a choke point in the Royal Army's favor, It was also the only direct path towards the heart of the kingdom. So now both sides were going to throw all their pieces on the board. One decisive battle, a quick end. Only one army would emerge from the valley intact, and Techno would be damned if it wasn't Wilbur's. Techno turned to the king, standing beside him. Are you ready? Wilbur's eyes were looking at the mountain. We're looking on the mountains. Ready as I'll ever be. The camp behind them was empty. Everyone was in position, moving like clockwork under their orders, and they'd been practicing for days. The only ones left on the hill were Wilbur, Tommy, and Techno, and the archers. Tommy bounded up to them at last, his chest heaving with effort. They sent up the flare. He announced breathlessly, "It's time to go. It's go time." Whoops. Wilbur turned towards the group of archers behind him. Between them was a raging campfire, sending flickering shadows even over Wilbur's face as he took one arrow from his quiver and dipped its cloth-covered point into the flame. The dozen archers, the best of the best, handpicked by Wilbur himself, copied him wordlessly. The cloth, smothered in a special incendiary fuel, would burn faithfully until it reached its mark. Wilbur turned back towards the valley, not knocking the arrows into his bow. With a deep breath, he pulled the arrows back and aimed towards the sky. Behind him, the archers did the same. Hold! Oh no! No. Why? Hold, he ordered. The Green Army marched closer. Hold! Techno felt a hand close around his nails digging into his palm, and looked down to find Tommy staring intently at the encroaching forces, his eyes unblinking. They were close. They were They were close enough now that Techno could see the glare of the dawning sun bouncing off their breastplates. Wordlessly, Techno squeezed Tommy's hand. Now, Techno thought. It has to be now. At the same time, Wilbur called out, "Fire!" 12 burning arrows arched over the valley like a comet of red and gold. The Green Army. Give me a second. Okay. The Green Army paused, perhaps in confusion at the pathetic display of force. Just 13 arrows soaring across the air. It would not even hit their front lines. That didn't matter. They were not the intended target. Once upon a time, Wilbur's aim had been so poor, it would have taken nothing short of divine intervention to correct it. So Techno corrected it. Now Wilbur's shot true. His arrows landed amongst the weed, and then there was fire. It felt like the whole valley was set ablaze. The heat searing Techno's skin even from where he stood. The burning arrows had ignited a line of fire that ran horizontally through the valley, cutting the Green Army off completely. Soldiers from the Royal Army had doused the area in the ever-burning fuel the moment they saw the enemy coming, and then promptly fell back into the mountains, taking shelter for the next phase. The fire would not hold them off forever. Wilbur gave a signal, and the archers scattered to their next positions, leaving the three of them truly alone, watching the wall of fire for the first signs of life. It came in the front of a man in a white cloak, stepping through the flames. Snap-nap, like it was merely an inconvenience. He shrugged off the heat, flicking an ember off his shoulder before his eyes found them on the hill. He pointed his sword straight at Wilbur. That isn't a white flag of surrender, Techno, Wilbur said quietly. No, it is not, Techno replied, finally letting go of Tommy's hand, reaching for his trident. It was a long shot anyway. A little heat is nothing to mass murderers. You should know, his voice whispered. This is not the time for your sass, Techno thought back, as if that might stop the age-old melody that was starting to play in his head. The rest of the enemy followed after the man in white, less gracefully but stubbornly, like God's damned Croesus crawled over the valley. And then there was a battle cry, ringing from all directions, as the royal army appeared from their hiding spots, in trees or in the weeds, from their river and from the mountains, catching their enemy by surprise. The Green Army was well trained. They recovered swiftly, and through most of their armies was stuck behind the fire. They were biting back. It wasn't long until bodies were dropping, and not just the enemies. Techno's hand tightened around his trident as the valley filled with sounds of war. But it was not out of fear. Techno would never admit to it out loud. But he could feel something almost like excitement pounding through his veins. This was familiar. This was something he knew, deep in his bones. He could do without failure. Being Wilbur's teacher, and then Tommy's. That had been terrifying. But this was nothing. This was just another battle to fight. Just another war to win. We need to help, Tommy said, his feet already moving down the hill. Wilbur's hand shot out, dragging Tommy backwards. Both Techno and Tommy looked at him in surprise, but Wilbur was looking past them at the carnage happening right below their feet, his eyes dark as the earth of a freshly dug grave. Wilbur? Tommy asked in astonishment. Wilbur blinked rapidly, like he was coming out of a dream. Not yet, he said quietly. What do you mean, not yet? Tommy demanded, pulling himself out of Wilbur's grip. Oh, people are dying out there. Wilbur. Techno spun Wilbur by the shoulder towards him. We have to go. Now. Wilbur took a rattling breath. I know, God damn it, I know. He glanced at Tommy, standing beside them, with his face down in confusion. But I can't let Tommy. Don't talk about me like I'm not fucking here. Tommy spat angrily. Wilbur, this is neither the time nor the place to underestimate me. We need to fucking go. Tommy, Wilbur said, staring at Tommy in shock. I never underestimate you. Then prove it. Let's go. You're right. Tired resignation colored Wilbur's words. Give me a second. Putting this one on loop. This one's perfect for this song. You're right. Tired resignation colored Wilbur's words. But stay close to me. He looked grimly back at Techno. Don't lose yourself out there. Techno could hear the warning in his voice. Take your own advice, Your Majesty. Techno replied sourly, taking in Wilbur's wide eyes and trembling hands. I'm serious, Techno. Wilbur's expression hardened as he lowered his voice, speaking to Techno and and uh speaking to Techno and Techno only, while Tommy was distracted by the fight below. This is a direct order from your king. Keep them in check. He thinks he can control you, the voices whispered. He thinks he's your master. We'll prove him right like will you prove him right like the loyal dog you are? I promised, Wilbur, Techno said. After all, domestic dogs sometimes someone once said, still fucking bite. Alright, Wilbur said, shouldering his bow with with a look of determination. Let's go to war, boys. Oh, wow. Okay, I'm pretty sure this is the break in the page that leads up to the sadness of a lot of death. A whole lot of death. And a thing of Captain Puffy, I think. I'm not sure. I forget. Okay. The first time. Oh, yeah. I was right. With Captain Puffy. Okay. The first time the captain killed someone, she was 15. He would have killed her. She had seen in his eyes. Lost to a drunken frenzy in a small, lonely tavern far from here. He'd come at her with his heavy hands, and so she'd taken a bottle from one of the tables and broke it against the side of his head. And when that hadn't been enough to stop him, she shoved the sharp piece clean into his throat. She'd ran from the tavern right after, ran from the town and didn't stop running until she reached the kingdom's capital, where a king with mercy sewn into his smile had offered her a job, a home, and a life that ensured no man would ever dare cross her again. But even after all those years, the captain could still remember the feeling of skin giving way beneath the sharpness of her weapon. She could still see the man's face, contorting with pain and disbelief, barely able to process what was happening before the death throes took him. She could still hear him choking on his own blood, gurgling wetly before he was finally still. But there was a moment between the killing and the running where she merely sat beside the corpse of her own doing, numb and empty and cold. The soldiers this time would not be so lucky. She could see it in their faces, the ones who'd never seen a day of violence in their life making their first kills right in front of her. She could, she could, she could some of them. What? Some of them hesitated, panic, fell fall into the same abyss she did once before. Most shook themselves out of it, their brains shelving the damage for another day, but others stood frozen, caught in their own thoughts, until their comrades found them where their enemies did. The captain could not help. She wanted to, more than anything. Because wasn't that her job? Wasn't she meant to protect them? And then another enemy would come flying her way, and all she could think about was staying alive, surviving to the next hour, the next minute, the next breath. The Green Army had already begun to find ways through the wall of fire, and it wouldn't be long until the rest of them would arrive with a vengeance. The captain swung her gladius, deflecting the oncoming blow of an enemy before thrusting her blade deep into his chest. She did not look to see him fall. She was already moving across the battlefield, slicing her way towards a group of royal soldiers pinned between a rocky incline and half a dozen enemies. She took two down before the rest noticed her, and the captain found himself facing 4 people at once, with a shield in one hand and a sword in the other. There was little the captain could do but face them down. This is it, she thought. This is my final stand. You little shit, one of them spat at her. You think you're so brave all on your own? They surged towards her, and the captain raised his shield instinctively for a blow that never came. When she looked again, she found all 4 soldiers dead on the ground, with a man in a red and blue coat, flowers in his hair, standing over the still twitching bodies, blood dripping down the prongs of his trident. Too much have come from just too much to have come from just the 4 bodies. 4 throwing knives were already missing from the bandolier across his chest, and the expression on his face was cold enough to freeze hell. Stop staring and get to work, soldier, Techno said. The very same Techno, the captain seat carrying the small prince on his shoulders around the castle, the same Techno blade that shuffled uncomfortably in two tight suits at formal functions that he nevertheless always saw through to the end, and the same Techno that the past king, the captain's savior, entrusted with his sons. The captain could barely recognize him. But then again, something in the back of her mind told her that she was truly seeing him for the first time. She'd heard the rumors, the whispers, the questions about how he never seemed to change over the years. She disregarded all of that now. He was the man who'd just saved her life. Nothing else mattered in war. She saluted. Yes, sir, yes, sir. Whoops. With a curt nod, Technoblade was off, merely a blur of color cutting a violent path across the valley, his trident flashing in the sunlight. A whimper caught the captain's attention, and she turned to the royal soldier that she had been trying to rescue. Are you all right? She asked them. One of them, a fresh recruit she did not recognize, blubbered. Who the hell was that? That was your bloody general, she snapped, so you can stop cowering in your corner now. The blade has just joined the fight. Ooh. Okay, more death, still. Oh my god, I need to stretch. I've been sitting down for 4 hours and almost a half hour reading this. Oh wow, okay. Okay. I'm pretty sure this is okay, this is the last part I actually got to read right here before I could not read any more of it because I had to go to bed. So soon in this, I will not recognize what the story is anymore. I won't know what's happening. Okay, time to continue. The laughter was the worst of it. Wilbur could feel it growing louder in his head, the sound of thousands of different voices laughing at a joke he was not privy to. A joke, with him as the punchline. But then the still healing wound on his hand would ache, reminding him of what he'd done and where he was. He was standing on a rock, feet braced against moss, feeling distant enemies with arrows. He was King Wilbur, protector of the realm, ruler of the kingdom, leader of the royal army, and he'd brought all these people here. Yeah, I've read to the part that actually is really incredibly sad. I won't spoil it in case there's someone watching that hasn't watched it yet, but I had to stop right I was reading that, and let's just say I basically had a mental breakdown because it was so sad. And I usually don't cry at stories, so that's just how sad it is, as an extra warning to people. Okay. And he was not going to let them down. He could spot Tommy's gold head below him, clearing out the enemies that slipped by Wilbur's shots. He was good, frighteningly good. It was easy to forget how capable Tommy was at destruction. He was so used to seeing Tommy lose against Techno that he'd forgotten that against anyone else, Techno was a force to be reckoned with all on his own. Not Techno. Tommy was a force to be reckoned with all on his own. But that did not do much to dispel the worry tightening in Wilbur's gut. He was, after all, also an older brother. Tommy launched himself at an incoming enemy. Spear out, the enemy swung with his sword, but Tommy ducked just in time and swept his leg out to knock the man over. Wilbur saw the spear pierce clean through, and the body was still twitching on the ground before Tommy was whirling around to face another. This one didn't even get a meter near Tommy before Wilbur had put an arrow through their throat. Tommy whirled around and flashed Wilbur a grin. Not bad, Archer boy. Despite everything, Wilbur managed a small smile. A smile that slipped from his face when a sudden motion flicked in the corner of his vision. Tommy, watch out! Wilbur shouted. Just as the enemy soldier barreled into Tommy, the two of them tumbled into the dirt, a tangle of limbs and blades. Wilbur fumbled for an arrow and found his quiver empty. Shit, he thought. Shit, the voices agreed happily. Wilbur hurriedly slung his bow over his shoulders, and in the same breath unsheathed his twin rapiers from their scabbards. He dropped from his perch, his teeth rattling on impact. The pain not registering because Tommy's in trouble. The the enemy soldier had Tommy pinned to the ground, a sword raised over his head ready to drop. Tommy was thrashing, desperately reaching for the spear that had been knocked out of his hand, but Wilbur was already kicking the enemy violently off of him. The enemy rolled across the ground, allowing Wilbur to stand between him and Tommy, the twin swords flashing menacingly in the flickering firelight. Get the fuck away from my brother, he hissed. How touching, the soldier said mockingly. He was different from the others. Wilbur could tell. He didn't know how exactly, but he just was. His eyes and his hair as black as coal, in stark contrast to the blood-stained white cloak he wore around his shoulders. You, Wilbur said, brows furrowing. I saw you walk through the fire. How? The man scoffed. You think that little son could hurt me? He raised his blade. Upon closer inspection, it looked to be made out of pure obsidian, pitch black, all the way down to the hilts. I was born in fire. Are you going to lead? Are you the leader of this army? Wilbur demanded. He gave a short bark of laughter. Me? No, no. I'm merely a pawn to this game. A pawn with a grudge to settle, but still a pawn nonetheless. He grinned. Now, show me what he taught you, King. Wilbur didn't need to be told twice. He launched himself at the man, blue irises crunching beneath his feet. Their swords met, and from there it was a dance, blades flashing as Wilbur began pushing the man backwards. But he was matching Wilbur hit for hit. Wilbur thrusted forward, his left sword, but the man dodged fluidly before swinging his sword in a mean arc that would have taken Wilbur's head clean off if he had not stepped backwards. From there, the man launched his offensive, striking from above, but Wilbur managed to cross his rapiers together and block the hit just in time. The blow reverbed down to Wilbur's bones, but that but the man gave him no time to recover, pushing his blades harder against Wilbur's. What? Oh, okay, sorry, that confused me there. Pushing the blade harder against Wilbur's. Wilbur dug his heels into the ground, parried against the man's weight against him. He'd hoped it would cause the man to stumble and end this matter once and for all, but instead the man swung again, finding another overhead strike before changing to a side hit at the last moment. Wilbur blocked the blow, but the force of it sent him crashing down to the ground. The white-cloaked soldier stood over him. A small smile played on his lips. That was disappointing, he said, spinning his sword lazily between his fingers, as if he had the time in the world. At the very least, I expect a man trained under a god of blood to, well, he actually draw some. Wilbur froze. He glared up at the man standing before him, suddenly understanding. You're here for techno. The man stopped grinning for his sword. I'm surprised he told you what he is. That must that must mean a lot to him. You must mean a lot to him. His smiled. His smile was slow and cold. That makes this a lot more fun. He raised his sword and brought it crashing down. It might have been hours, it might have been days, it might have been between the space of one breath and another. Technically could no longer tell. More and more enemies were finding ways to breach the wall of fire. The Royal Army's archers were doing the best to snipe them down before they could join the fray, but their dreadful lack of experience was beginning to show. Cracks were forming. They were nearing a breaking point. No, Techno thought. Trident in one hand, a bone-handled chain whip in the other. Not if I can help it. He found himself in the thick of it, drawn to the violence, to the sound of Wilbur's people, his people, calling for help. A god's help. Blood, the voices demanded. Blood for the body like... Blood, the voices demanded. Blood for the body... I can't say it. Blood, the voices demanded. Blood for the blood god. But Techno didn't want blood, not today. He wanted justice. Get down, he told the Royal Army soldiers that had gathered around him. Techno realizing with a jolt they had to come to him to ask for his protection, but to give him theirs, as if their fragile mortal bodies might make a difference when it came to him. Fools, he wanted to say, but all that came out was, on the ground, all of you, now! They were quick to comply. They drove into the weeds just as Techno lashed out his whip, the heavy chain carved an arc through through the air before finding its mark, wrapping around the neck of an enemy soldier. Techno pulled sharply, knocking the soldier down. He shook the whip free, spun it around, and hit an oncoming enemy straight in the head. There was a sickening crush as the force of the whip crushed bones before the body hit the ground. Techno spun the whip towards the target, aiming for throats, temples, ankles, anything to pull or crush. He was standing in the eye of the storm, his whip cracking through the air like lightning. When the chain whip rattled back into his hands again, it was wet with blood. You can get up now, he told the soldiers that were staring dazedly up at him from the ground. Take care of the stragglers. What stragglers? One of them called out incredulously, but Techno was already on the move again. He launched himself into the air, for a brief moment flying weightlessly over the carnage, and then crashed down his trident, impaling a man to the earth. He pulled the trident out with a sickening squelch, and then threw a throwing knife into the eye of an approaching soldier. Another came running towards him, but he made quick work of them too. This was his element. This was where he belonged. More, the voices demanded. More, more, more. This was not his element. This was not where he belonged. He was under strict orders from the king to keep himself in check, and he would not falter now. And then he heard it. Techno could not explain how he heard it over the sounds of swords clashing and people dying and fires burning. It was as if his very soul had been listening for that sound and nothing else. In the far distance, a scream. Uh-oh. I already know what it is, but so, okay. When he was a child, Tommy had tried to scale the side of the castle. Uh, he did not remember the fall, but he remembered the crash. He remembered the feeling of his bones splintering underneath him. The pain was so blinding. But he almost passed out. He didn't know who eventually found him, but he eventually woke up in his bedroom. his left arm in a sling and Wilbur asleep by his bed. Techno had been leaning against the far wall, glaring at him. He's been here for days, Techno said. Really scared the shit out of him, Tommy. It was the angriest Techno had ever been at him. And that was the moment Tommy understood that what he really meant was that Tommy scared the shit out of both of them. As the white-cloaked man's sword broke through the shafts of Tommy's spear and into Tommy's shoulder, he remembered that pain and felt it 1,000-fold. He felt the blade break through his skin and bend into his collarbone, and there was only fire in his veins. Tommy! He felt Wilbur's hand pull him back, and they both stumbled back. Tommy still clutching the broken ends of the spear he'd tried to shield Wilbur with. Tommy fell to his knees, the pain making everything go white. I'm going to pass out, he thought. I'm going to die. Little hero, the man grumbled as he approached them once more, the edge of his sword dripping with Tommy's blood. You're only delaying the inevitable. Now sit still as I put you down. Tommy. Wilbur's hands were on him, pressing against his wound. Tommy, come here. I'll fix you. I'll fix you. Spaghetti-O. Uh-oh, Spaghetti-O. Let me write it in chat. I think it's spelled like this. I'm not sure. Okay. I'm not sure though. I'm not sure. Don't take take that writing with a grain of salt, I guess. Okay. Let's continue. Wilbur, Tommy croaked as the white cloak man advanced. Wilbur, the enemy. Say your goodbyes, little princeling. The man cackled, raising his sword one final time. Tommy grabbed Wilbur, even as his entire body trembled with the movement, covering his older brother's body with his own. He shut his eyes, waiting for the grace. What? It never came. When Tommy looked back again, he found Technoblade standing over them, blocking the man's sword with his trident. Finally, the man growled, pushing against the shafts of Techno's trident. I've been waiting for you, you bloody bastard. Techno cocked his head to the side, considering the man at length. He said monotonously, don't fucking know you. The man's eyes hardened. You killed them. You took them both away from me, and you don't even remember? He jumped back, cutting the air between them with his sword, splattering the ground by Techno's feet with Tommy's blood. That's all right. I'll just make you remember. Techno turned to look at Tommy and Wilbur, his expression carefully neutral. He took in Tommy's wounds, Wilbur still frantically trying to suppress the blood flow. Techno, Tommy breathed. Techno's jaw clenched. Go. He turned back to his enemy, his braid whipping in the wind. Most of the morning glories were gone. Take care of your brother, Wilbur. What? Tommy, let's go. Wilbur said sharply. He began to pull Tommy over to the mossy rock he'd been standing on. He leaned Tommy against it and bent to the task of securing the gash in Tommy's shoulder. Wilbur ripped the end of the red and blue coat and began wrapping it around Tommy's shoulder. I can't see it, Wilbur, Tommy protested, straining to look beyond Wilbur's head. You don't need to see that. Wilbur instantly grimly tightened the cloth around the wound. You don't want to see that. See what? Tommy demanded, his throat aching. When had he started screaming? Wilbur, we need to help him! Before Wilbur could reply, there was a loud crack like thunder, making them both flinch. Wilbur turned around, sound just enough for Tommy to catch a glimpse of the fight. over the shoulder, just enough to see Technoblade raise the man up by his collar and give him straight into the ground, shattering the earth once more. But, oh my god, is this the sad part with Tubbo? He was supposed to be dead. No, it's not, okay. He was supposed to be dead, as Technoblade drove him against the dirt with enough force to crack it. He knew the man should have died the first time around, but he didn't. Instead, he merely grinned up at Technoblade with bloody teeth, his face drawn in cold, much to Techno's charge, chagrin, completely earned arrogance. Ah, I see, Technoblade said with his hands around the man's throat. What's a god of war doing in a place like this? I would state the obvious, the man said calmly, gesturing to the bloodbath around them, but this is purely personal affair. He kicked up, landing a hit on Techno's scalp that launched him backwards. Techno braced himself against the dirt, unwilling to give the war god any more ground. Tommy and Wilbur were somewhere behind him, and that was all the reason Techno needed to pick up his trident. The war god, the war god got unsteadily to his feet, then seemed to merely shake himself out of the experience of having his head cracked against the ground with the force of 20 rampaging bulls. He cracked the tension out of his neck, simply picked up his sword again. Now that we're properly acquainted, the war god said, let's take this more seriously, shall we? He moved quicker. He moved quicker than Techno expected. Techno barely managed to parry a, a blow aimed directly at his heart. Techno thrusted with his trident in. Are you kidding me? With his trident, where am I? Techno thrusted out with his trident in relation, but the war god simply danced out of the way before returning again in full force. Techno out to took one of the knives from his bandolier and stabbed out, managing to nick the other god just barely. Barely before they clashed weapons again, blow for blow, hit for hit. They could have gone on like that forever. A god of war, a god of blood. In another life, they might have been allies. Techno tried in vain to remember which of the many people he'd fallen over the centuries had belonged to this man. But there were too many. There were too many. A long time of ghosts. He would have spent the rest of his immortal life atoning to. Atoning, the voices laughed. What is there to atone for? Does a lion atone for killing the gazelle? Does the fire atone for burning? Techno jumped backwards, threw his knife, which the war god deflected easily with his sword. He threw another, which the war god dodged another, which struck harmlessly into the earth. Techno reached for another, and found his bandolier empty. This is futile, the war god said. Just put down your weapons, and maybe, I'll give you the merciful death you never gave them. You fight, and you struggle. But we both know how this ends. Mortals and their bloody games. There can only be one outcome, right? The war isn't over yet, Technoblade replied. The god of war smiled, his eyes drifting to something over Techno's shoulder. Are you sure about that? Techno looked behind him, his eyes finding Tommy and Wilbur first crouched underneath a rock. Techno could not bring himself to linger on the look of fear on Tommy's face. He stared back at him, and he continued searching the horizon for what had caught the war god's attention. His heart. or remained of it, sunk as he took in the thousands of enemy reinforcements flooding into the Blue Valley. I think this is Tubbo's part that I've been wanting to see for a little while now. Okay. It is! Tubbo! Okay. Tubbo stood in the knee-depth waters of the river that... Whoops. Tubbo stood in the knee-depth water of the rivers that cut through the valley. Once clear, it now ran red with blood. Friend or foe, it didn't seem to matter. They all bled the same. The river's current was tugging at him. It's all right. It seemed to stay. You can let go now. And Tubbo wanted to. By gods, he wanted to, more than anything. His quiver was empty of arrows. He'd lost his bow and sword in the chaos. All he had now was a dagger. Its blade, no longer than his hand, just as frail. His body felt like it had been fighting for weeks, but a glance at the sun high over his head told him it had only been hours. Hours of senseless slaughtering his way through the fray. It was better when he still had arrows, when he could still stand and shoot distant enemies without thinking of them as people. When he resorted to using a sword, then he'd gotten close enough to see the fear in people's eyes as his blade pierced through clothes and skin. The blood had colored him crimson. It was suddenly frighteningly real. Once, he had wanted to see their enemies burn. Now, he just wanted it to be over. Tubbo looked up at the sound of shouting before him. Enemies were running through the walls of flames, cutting through the fire like one after the other in an unending tide. The words reinforcement and too many and retreat echoed in Tubbo's ears as the breath was knocked out of him. He tightened his grip on one of his daggers as the enemy reinforcement advanced, cutting down people who were too weak, too inexperienced, too tired to fight. People like Tubbo. They drew closer, an infinite army. Tubbo felt bile rise in his throat. Too many, too many, too many. He felt hot tears slipping down his cheeks. Too many, too many. He felt his fear and dread like a physical weight almost driving him to his knees. Too many. In the end, Tubbo was not a hero, but he raised his dagger anyway. Well. Okay. I think this is gonna be this part's really sad. I remember it being really sad anyway. This is the I remember, I can tell this is the last cut I got to. So I only got to like right here. No wait. I only got to around where was it? Like right there. Okay. It's over, Tommy whispered. He leaned oh wait, no, that's a whisper. Whoops. It's over, Tommy whispered. He leaned against his brother as they both looked over the valley at the enemies descending upon their armies like a swarm of hawks. The pain in his shoulder was now a distant worry. It wouldn't kill him, but he knew death was coming for him regardless. We're fucked. Wilbur was very still. Wilbur, Tommy turned to his brother. You know I love you, right? The king gave him a sharp look. What the hell are you talking about? Tommy swallowed thickly, trying and failing to keep the tears in. I love you. I don't think I've ever said it, but it's true. I figured if this is my last chance. This is not your last chance, Wilbur snapped, his eyes darkening. He whirled around, facing Technoblade, who still stood between them and the mysterious soldier. Techno! Techno glanced back at Wilbur. His expression shuddered. He did not look at Tommy. It's time, Wilbur called out. For a moment, Techno only stared, and then slowly, deliberately, he nodded. I'm sorry, Wilbur. What? Tommy demanded. What are you two talking about? Wilbur did not reply. He wasn't even listening. Tommy could only watch as Wilbur unhooked a blowing horn from his side. He put it up to his lips menacingly, his eyes blank and staring at nothing at all. Wilbur? Tommy begged. Wilbur, what's going? Wilbur blew the horn. She heard it. They all did. Heads snapped up at the sound of the horn echoing through the valley, a low, sad sound, like the beginning of a funeral dirge, or the cry of a tone of a lone bird separated from its flock. The flower shopkeeper met the eyes of a woman across the field, a stranger, only familiar from brief, inconsequential meetings at the camp. But in that moment, they were kindred spirits, united in their determination. The shopkeeper nodded. The woman gave her a solemn salute. It was now or never. The shopkeeper glanced at the oncoming horde of enemies, butchering all that stood in their way. But the royal enemy was not fighting anymore. No, they were running. They threw down their weapons and ran back in the direction of the hills, stumbling over weeds in the irises and vines at the morning glories. The Green Army outnumbered them 10-1, gave chase, unaware of what was coming. The shopkeeper took off. The rock in her pocket seemed to grow heavier with every step, but unlike the others, she was headed north, up one of the craggy mountains that bordered the the valley. Give me a second, something. Okay, sorry. She knew the others, at least those who weren't dead already, must be headed towards the other mountains, crashing through the trees and underbush as she was. There were 15 of them in total, but only 2 of them who really needed who were really needed for the job. If you lose heart, the king had said during the midnight meeting where he'd laid out the plans to the volunteers, just make sure someone else still has theirs. This is a last resort, but it might also be our last chance, our only choice. He told them all they were free to leave. None of them had. All of them were free to leave. None of them had. The rest of the camp had all been told 2 things. When you hear the horn, run for your life, and don't tell Prince Tommy. The shopkeeper bounded over boulders and overgrowth, her heart thundering in her ears. Hey! The rest sheared the gallants back and found 3 Green Army soldiers running after her. They were less used to the terrain than she was. She'd walked this path millions of times before over the past weeks. They were gaining up on her quick, their swords raised and ready. The shopkeeper kept running, but her knees were screaming, her lungs on the verge of collapse. She was so tired. So tired. A yell came from behind her. She tried to ignore it, until it came again. She glanced behind her once more, stopping dead in her tracks, when she realized what was happening. One of the enemy soldiers was on the ground, a small dagger embedded into the nape of his neck. The other 2 were dowling back, facing the attacker that must have followed them up into the forest. She caught sight of a brown hair, a small frame. Oh, gods. It was the boy who'd lied his way into the army, and had fought bravely in it until the very end. The shopkeeper glanced before her to the cave where her main objective was. She was so close, but the boy she saw was unarmed. The decision was already made. She ran back to the mountains with her axe in hand. The soldiers had cornered the boy against a tree. There were blades, ready to cut his life at 17 years old. 17-year-old years. but that meant that their backs were to her, and they never saw her coming. Just pretend you're chopping down a tree, the general had taught them during the training phase at the castle. The axe will get the job done, but it'll take a few swings. It only took her two. One through the neck, the other into the skull. The two soldiers dropped dead at her feet. The boy stutter much? Okay. The boy stared up at her, breathing heavily, his face streaking with blood and dirt. It looked as if he had aged 50 years in a day. The shopkeeper no longer recognized the young, foolhardy boy who'd run around camp, doing the most menial chores, grinning from ear to ear, taking pride in being part of something bigger than himself. He was battered and bruised and bleeding, with eyes so haunted. The shopkeeper couldn't help but wonder about all the things he'd seen since the sun rose over the battlefield. The hell, what what has the world done to you? She thought, but all she said was, "Are you all right?" The boy could only nod wordlessly. "You need to get out of here," she said hurriedly, already hearing more soldiers coming up the mountain. "Here, take this." She shoved her axe into his hands. The boy shook his head vigorously. I can't," he croaked. You need to protect yourself." She gave him a bitter smile. "Trust me, kid. You need this more than I do. Now, go. I know your orders. Back to camp. Follow the sun." Before she could think better of it, she pulled the boy into her arms, hugging him tightly for a moment. He could only stand in listless surprise, and then she felt his arms close around her. He buried his head into her shoulder and let out a single gut-wrenching sob. When the shopkeeper let go, there was a new spark in the boy's eyes. Faint, but better than nothing. The boy turned, but lingered at the tree line. "What's your name?" he asked. "Nicky," she said. "My name's Nicky." "I'll see you later, Nicky," the boy said, and was gone. Ah, glitch. Whoops. Okay. Here we go. She stared at him for a while, her heart feeling lighter in a way that could not explain. But then a twig broke in the distance, heralding the arrival of enemy troops. The shopkeeper steeled herself one last time and headed for the cave. Instead, stacked from one end of the cave to another, connected to natural underground caverns that ran the length of the mountain, was the king's last resort. The only thing that stood between their kingdom and the certain doom. "We will see our enemies burning," the king had promised them on that first day, lifetimes ago. It wasn't exactly burning, not but blowing them to kingdom come unacceptable compromise. The flint was in her hand. All she could smell was sulfur and a distant scent of irises. Her pursuer were at the mouth of the cave, screaming as they realized what she was about to do. They might have begged. She would never know. "I'll see you all in hell," she said bitterly, and struck the flint into flame. At the summit of the opposite mountain, in a cave almost identical, the captain did the same. "For my kingdom," she whispered into the empty cave, and let the fire fall. Nicky hoped at the very least that they would plant the prettiest flowers on her grave. The explosion rocked the world. It rattled the very sun from its loyal orbit. Wilbur braced himself against the rock he'd once he stood fearlessly on, and watched the mountains fall. "Yes," the voices chorused. "This was always meant to be." Wilbur had been here before. He'd trumped it. He'd lived it. As an avalanche of rocks, earth cascaded into the valley, crushing anyone unfortunate enough to be left behind, friend or foe. Wilbur felt a tug of familiarity at his core. His ears rung from the violence of it all. The voices, the screaming, the blast that went on and on. Yeah, oh god, I was 7. Flocks of birds soared up in the sky, disturbed from their perches. They were the only survivors. When the dust settled, all Wilbur could see was a pile of devastation where the Blue Valley used to be. Their enemies, crushed by thousands or buried alive on Wilbur's orders, and their allies. Wilbur bent over on the ground and vomited. Wilbur! Wilbur's ears were still ringing. He heaved the last of his stomach's contents, coughing up blood and spittle. There was no end to it. Wilbur! Wilbur turned, almost afraid of what he would find behind him. Tommy, his face pale, his eyes wide and staring, as if he'd never seen Wilbur before. Tommy, Wilbur croaked, stop looking at me like that. Look away, look away, look away. What? Tommy's voice was so small. What the fuck did you do? What the fuck did he do? The war god demanded. He tried moving towards the king and prince, but Techno was there, forever blocking his way. Don't take another step, Techno raised his trident, his prongs aimed towards the war god's chest. Your army is gone. There's nothing left to fight for. You bastard, the god growled, his obsidian sword trembling in his grip. You think this hurts me? I died years ago. Techno took a deep breath, his hands still reeking of sulfur. Come on, he said exhaustedly. Blood for the blood god. I shall kill you again. The were-god jumped towards him, starting the cycle anew. You said no more secrets. Tommy's nails dug bloody crescents into his palms. You promised, Wilbur. They were all dead. They were all dead. Because of the man that Tommy couldn't bear to call his brother. He wanted to dig his skin and rip out every part that was Wilbur's. He wanted to gut himself, tear it all apart from the inside out. If that was what if that was what it took to get to, oh man, if that was what it took to get rid of screaming in his head. Wilbur wasn't meeting his eyes. Tommy marched up and grabbed him roughly by the collar. Fucking look at me, you piece of shit! Tommy screamed. The ground was still shaking. Or maybe it was just him. Hot tears spilled down his cheeks. Tears of rage, too big for his body. How long have you been planning this? Was it from the beginning? Did you look at all people in the eyes and never bother telling them you were leading them to the slaughterhouse? Some of them had to survive, Wilbur whispered, his voice almost lost to the wind. I won them. Tommy shook him violently. That's not the fucking point, he sobbed. Wilbur finally looked at him, but there was nothing behind his dark eyes. I did what I had to do, Tommy, was all he said. Tommy shoved him viciously away. His hands felt dirty. He felt unclean in his head. He could still hear the strings of a lonely guitar playing over the soft laughter of soldiers that were now simply gone. Gone in a flash. Between one breath and the next. It had come to so easily to Wilbur. Would it come easily to Tommy too? You fucked up, Tommy spat. You fucked up, Wilbur. Tommy. Wilbur reached out for him, but Tommy flinched back. Don't fucking touch me! Break in the page. Oh. Oh no. Oh man, I've been streaming for 5 hours. Oh, that sucks. I'm probably not gonna wait for Wisteria. because I need to finish this. Just look back at the tell them to look back at the VOD because I'm gonna try and finish this chapter, and I might do a different stream for this because 5 hours is a whole lot. Okay. Oh, you guys are watching together? You're still here. Okay. Well, okay. There you go. Time to continue. Wait, I'm gonna show you guys really quickly where the last part I was at. It's like right here. So at that point, I will not remember. I will not know exactly, and I might not do as much emotion. I'm gonna try to. In battle, when the opponents were evenly matched in strength, in wisdom, and anger, it would only take one thing to bring it all down. One soldier, one mistake, one move. The war god had seen his fair share of battles, and had won all of them except one, the only battle to matter, and he'd lost everything, because the blood god had decided to throw his lot in with the opposing forces, one soldier. Afterwards, the war god had dragged himself through the battlefield, his throat burning from screaming his lover's name into the quiet sky. When he found him, the war god had crawled towards his broken body, curling around it as if he could somehow warm it back to life. And he stayed there for years, letting the moss and the weeds grow over the two of them. He would have stayed there forever, besides the carcass rotting down to the bone. But a fire had grown inside him, a fire that could not be satiated until he had the head of the god that had taken everything away from him. Now here he was, facing off against the very culprit. It was a bloody dance. The war god slavished, and the blood god parried. The blood god lunged, and the war god ducked, like the push and pull of the tides, drawn to each other by a gravity of violence. But all the war god needed, he knew, was a single chance. He would not waste it. Don't fucking touch me! The words were the high-pitched shriek of a frightened child, a familiar sound on the battlefield, indistinguishable from every scream that came before it. Indistinguishable from every scream that came before it. But the blood god turned towards it, leaving his defenses completely open. One mistake. The war god raised his sword high above his head. It was very difficult to kill a god, but not impossible. In the right hands, like the hands of a warrior, with fire in his heart and carnage in his smile, it'd only take one blow. Goodbye, blood god, he thought. My vengeance is complete. Technoblade turned instinctively at Tommy's scream, just in time to see Tommy draw back from Wilbur's hands, pain flashing across Wilbur's face. But he was otherwise unscathed. Both of them were safe. No knives in their back, no arrows through their throat. A shadow fell over Technoblade, and by the time he remembered where he was, it was too late. Technoblade turned and faced up at the tip of a bloody sword, breathing away from his face. But it was not a war god's obsidian blade coming to reap his soul. It was a familiar silver broadsword, piercing right through the war god's chest. Technoblade could only stare as war god, as the I hate when that happens. Technically, could only stare as war gods looked down on at the blade and bend through his heart, his sword arm still raised in what would have been a killing blow. Instead, the obsidian sword fell harmlessly out of out out of his limp, hold onto the dirt, and the war god followed close behind. Behind him stood a winged man, his gold hair catching the rays of the setting sun. No, the voice screamed. Not you, not you, not you. Hello, Technoblade, said Filzo. Wilbur saw him first. Perhaps that. Oops. Wilbur saw him first. Perhaps that's how it was always meant to be. Some part of him would always unfailingly be looking for him. Tommy followed a beat later. Wilbur saw his brother's shoulder go slack like a marionette, with its string suddenly cut. Dad? Their father was standing before Technoblade, the unmoving body of the white-cloaked soldier, and the sound of Tommy's voice. He turned and looked at his sons for the first time in a decade, and so he entered the scene once more. The voices whispered. And before Wilbur could say anything, Tommy was already running. One move. That was all it would take. On the ground beside him was one of the blood god's throwing knives, lost during their battle. With the last of his strength, he curled his fingers around the hilt. His love was calling him home. He could hear it in the warm wind, but he could not face him before he was avenged. And so with all that he had left, the war god aimed and threw. Dad! His father was here, his dad standing amongst the blue irises, the same shade of his sad eyes. The years fell away like smoke. Tommy was a boy again. There was no explosion, there was no war, there was no leaving. There was only a son and his father. Tommy felt a hysterical laugh bubble out of him as he ran. Even his cheeks still stung with joy. There was everything. There was confusion. There was grief, and there was anger. There was relief. There was disbelief, and there was joy. Dad! Tommy shouted, spreading his arms wide as he ran like a bird to take flight. Tommy! Dad's smile was still the same. After all these years, he opened his arms, welcoming Tommy into embrace. My boy, you've grown so much. And then there was pain, as the knife found its mark in the prince's heart. Okay, give me a second. This is the last part that I got to read. So I don't know the rest of this part. I don't think, anyway. Techno watched Tommy fall backwards, impossibly slow. It took a moment for the reality to sink in, and by then, Wilbur was screaming so loud. It drowned out everything. This is way too much of a happy thing. Shut. There. Yes, very big pain. It's pretty pog champ, but I'm gonna cry. Actually, no, I won't cry. I've already read this part. What? Okay. Techno watched Tommy fall backwards, impossibly slow. It took a moment for the reality to sink in, and by then, Wilbur was screaming so loud, it drowned out everything else, even the voices that began screeching inside Techno's head. Tommy! Filza shouted, running towards Tommy's unmoving body, but Wilbur was already there, cradling his brother into his chest. Techno could only watch, utterly numb, utterly cold, utterly lost inside his own head. No, 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 no. This couldn't be happening. This could not be happening. It was over. The war was over. He'd done everything he could to protect them, to protect Tommy. Or was this still how it ended? That is what it. This is what it feels like. Someone gasped. To lose everything. By the time Techno turned towards the war god, ready to rip him limb from fucking limb, he was dead. A smile on his face. Fuck you, Techno thought fiercely. Fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you. Techno! Wilbur's scream brought them violently back into his body, with the force of a comet crashing into Earth. Help me! Techno staggered towards them, his his blood as heavy as lead, his vision hazy, but he could not see the one thing that mattered, his Tommy, lying so still in his brother's arms. His Tommy, who braided his hair, his sweet-smelling of flowers hair. His Tommy, who was quick to anger, but quick to laugh. His Tommy. The sun was setting over the blue valley. I think I've also read this part, but I'm not sure. It's very sad, if I did read it. I know that much. There was a terrible, terrible silence. The kind of silence that always came before devastating, the calm before the storm. Yeah, I did read this. Tommy had always hated silence. It gave his mind too many spaces to fill with darkness. So he brought light instead. Noise and laughter and jokes and jibes. Anything to keep the quiet at bay. Wilbur had helped with the weight, like he promised. But now it was back, pressing against Tommy's chest, suffocating him under the burden. There was pain, so much pain. He thought he'd already felt pain. But but did he truly know? He was only 15. Yes, it's sad. Wilbur had helped with the weight. Then he promised, like he promised. Wait, no, I already watched this. Okay. Tommy felt himself lifted into someone's arms. The arms of a man that had snuffled out the lives of 2 armies in one fell swoop. Tommy wanted to push him away, to split his anger and his disgust, but he was too weak to do either. He could only lie there, staring up his brother's face, twisted with anguish, his mouth moving, speaking words Tommy could barely hear. Let me go, Tommy wanted to say. Give me back to the ground. But then Wilbur started humming. It was a song. The song. The song that had been humming just this morning, lifetimes ago. What? Wilbur breathed. Tommy breathed, the rest of the question dying on his lips. He couldn't keep his eyes open. He should. He knew he should. Because otherwise he'd be your lullaby. Wilbur sobbed, his tears hitting Tommy's cheeks. It's the lullaby I used to play for you on my guitar. And you were young. And just like that, everything that came before was forgiven and forgotten and gone. But was that such a bad thing? Rest would be nice if it meant his lungs would stop hurting, if it meant his chest would stop aching. Sleep. Sleep was good. Sleep was. I miss your music, Wilbur. Tommy could feel someone stroking back his hair, so gently, so lovingly. Keep your eyes open, Tommy, Techno. Keep your goddamn eyes open. Bad. He needed to keep awake. Techno was telling him to. And Tommy always did what Techno said because Techno was his tutor, his teacher, his big brother. I would have. Tommy coughed. He felt blood trickle down his jaw, and then nothing at all. I would have liked to hear you play together again. Wilbur's hold on him tightened. Somewhere far away, someone was screaming for a medic, and Tommy knew. Tommy knew it was. We'll play for you, Techno vowed. When we get home, we'll play for you. As many times as you want, Tommy. I'll let you beat me with I'll let you beat me when we spar. I'll let you braid my hair, or even cut it all off if you want to. Anything you want. Just keep your eyes open. Shadow fell over them, in the shape of wings, that Tommy had only seen once before, when he had fallen out of Tommy's bedroom window. And out of their lives forever, or not forever. Tommy tried to raise his hand to see his father's face, but the pain was too much. Dad, Tommy whispered. He still wanted to do so much. He still wanted to scream at Wilbur when they embraced him. He still wanted to find flowers for Techno's hair. He still wanted to go home to the kingdom that they had protected. He still wanted to hug his dad. But a darkness was quickly gathering. Tommy? Tommy had no idea who had said his name. It all sounded so very far away. Don't leave me, Tommy. Don't leave me, Tommy begged. Please, I'm so scared. We're here, Tommy. A kiss on his forehead. Someone holding his hand, strong arms around him. Wilbur, humming his old lullaby. Warmth even in the dark. We'll always be here. Too late. Thank you, Tommy breathed. Thank you, He had so much left to say, so much left to offer. Love, forgiveness, cheer. But he would leave it there until he woke up again. Tommy's eyes drifted shut. His mother's laughter had never sounded clearer. Somewhere in the distance, the green god began to smile. Is the green god Dream XD? Okay. Oh my god, that is sad. I didn't get to read that last part right there. The last part right here. And oh my god, that is sad. Aww. Now, let's read the notes and then I'll read chat. Hello, I hope this chapter was worth the wait. Thank you for reading, as always, and all your kind comments that keep pushing me forward. I'll listen to the picture. Okay. Anyway. Oh no, the Dorito cult is back as Tommy's dying. Ah yes, Tommy's dying. Let's bring the Doritos. Sad Dorito. Dorito will help cope with the. Yes, it will. Oh, that was so sad. Wow. Okay, who's texting me? Okay. Anyway, let's see how long the next chapter is. It's probably really long. Oh my god, that is long. Okay. Chapter 5. I will not read that. I'll read that next stream. I've already been streaming for 5 hours and a half. Alright. It's just sad. Aw. I'm not gonna read it in my own time. I'm gonna read it on stream. I'm gonna try to anyway, whenever I have time. Okay. And I can't absolutely say that I'm gonna read it, but, guess what? That's it for this stream. I'm pretty sure this is my longest stream yet. 5 hours. I'm gonna leave you guys to cry. Wait. I can try and find something funny. So that you guys, you know what? No, I'm gonna leave you guys to cry. You guys get to suffer. Alright. Anyway, that was a really long stream. Hope you guys have a good rest of your day, and hope you guys had a good part of your day before watching this stream and during watching the stream. Hopefully you enjoyed it. I have other things to do now. 5 hour stream. That was long. But did you know